Welcome back, everyone, to the OS World Cup 2020. Round of 16, day 2, kicking off here with plenty of good games, as you can see right there. The one on stream we're going to be showing now is going to be an extremely close winners bracket matchup. France and Hong Kong set up to be one that should go to the wire, but we will see. I'm Doomsday, and joining me in the casting lounge today is the one, the only, Toglet.
Okay, thank you for having me. This match will be one of the most anticipated match on the winners bracket, and these teams are really, really close when it comes to their performance, of course.
Yeah, France having a resurgent year after having a bit of a wobble in the last few years, dropping out early, but things are promising right now.
And also, you can say the same for the Hong Kong side. Actually, these teams were frequently on the top 8 or top 16 of the tournament, but never really got to the podium after all. So, seeing this team on a winners bracket makes me really expect a lot from them.
Yeah, Hong Kong have always been popping off in the last few years, especially because they tend to be one of those underseeded teams. Of course, not anymore with new seeding methods we use, but yeah, they're a team that always pull an upset against someone who they look like they're going to lose to, but they have that fighting spirit, and every year they bring it out.
Yes. And of course, we have like old players such as Chaos Leafs, Dinner and Izar on Hong Kong side, and Musty and the Poon Nero. These old players do perform, but on these teams, the new players are also performing well.
Yeah, they've slotted into the lineup really nicely, which is good because both teams you can point this to, have players that have been there for many, many years now. But you have those new players that are starting out. So they got a nice dynamic where the experienced guys can help the new players bed in, and I think with France, that's worked out pretty well. We've seen some new players like Thunder and Justman are joining the lineup. They've had good tournaments so far.
Yeah. Well, they're still in the winners bracket, so it must be a wonderful tournament.
Well, yeah.
Same goes for the Hong Kong side.
Yeah, for Hong Kong side as well. Whereas especially for France, though, because of how France have had historically issues in the early rounds. You know, they get upset the last few years in terms of like getting knocked down by lower seeded teams on the easier maps. So yeah, this is a doubly important time for France as they try to claw back a bit of that and actually get to those harder maps where, you know, players like Nero and the Poon can really flex their ability, which they haven't been able to in the last few years in terms of the harder maps.
Well, this is their final step to those harder map zone, but Hong Kong isn't an easy opponent because you see Dinier Nazar, which he was known for in the name of CLP. He was beating those tournaments left and right, and also you have seen the round of 32 matches, and Dragbit was performing. He was popping off. So match predictions, we don't know. It's up to these guys to perform.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call. If you went historically, you'd say Hong Kong would have this because Hong Kong are so good in the early game. Like as you mentioned, like Denier Nezar, like CLP is just an absolute beast throughout these tournaments. Yeah, Dragbit's having a great tournament and a great tournament year outside of OWC as well.
Yeah.
And of course Chaos Litz as well, who is such a beast when it comes to accuracy. FCs on this map, these maps are really hard to snipe against Chaos Litz when he has SSs or near SSs on them all. It's crazy, but that's the thing that France have to get around. It's a nasty opponent at this stage, and they do have to pick it up after these last few years if they want to get past a team like Hong Kong at this level. So this should be a good one. If France turn up, it could go either way, and it's a cliche, but it really could. This is a tough one to call. We'll see how the players are going.
Yeah, and one thing interesting is that looking at just the rosters, you don't expect them to fall behind on double times, but they actually banned double times on both France and Hong Kong on their round of 32. Well, for France, I'd say because their opponent was Estonia, and they had Abyssal, who was like god in DT. So I think the ban was for him, but still, we could see more double time picks on this round because they did perform. Especially, I have high hopes for Hong Kong because they have like demolished the double time 3 pick, which was considered a harder pick on double time.
Yeah, for sure. I think France do definitely have plenty of double time ability, and yeah, I agree. It was probably a target ban against Estonia, where their strength did lie in DT. But yeah, that DT3 was a strange one, and this pool's DT3 is a similar sort of map, except even more technical and tricky. So
Yes.
that's going to be a spicy one for Hong Kong. They could be looking at that one.
Yeah, even more spicy is the exact word that you can describe the map. Like I have test played the maps, and I was shocked by this DT3.
Yeah, it's
we do
tricky on the rhythm
and
the accuracy.
Yeah, you had a hard time practicing this, didn't you?
Yeah, when I was practicing this, it was one of those maps for me personally. I could combo it, but I'd be sitting there with like 94% accuracy. It's one of those. It's high OD and weirdness, so you can combo it, but accuracy takes its toll. We've seen a couple players have like 98s on it, which is extremely high, but very rarely seen. Most people get 97, 96 or lower.
And if it is for me to say, double time 3 is not the only hard pick on this map pool. There are many other picks that you should take care of. One thing I should mention is I'll probably say here that the Hard Rock 2 will not be loved that much.
Probably not. I think it's not going to be one that I don't think Hong Kong will be looking at that. France could be potentially looking at that unless it gets a ban here, which it wouldn't surprise me to see.
Yeah,
France have a great Hard Rock roster.
Yeah, but there's really too much, let's say, difficulty spike on that Hard Rock 2 that I don't really expect player to full combo that much. So let's see.
Yeah, I'd say it's one of the harder maps in the pool, and it's appeared so far in this weekend. Yeah, not many FCs on that. Here come the bans. They are being thought of right now. Taking their time with it.
My favorite period of the game, the picks and bans, where all the strategies are unleashed, I'd say.
Yeah, well, I think at the moment, it looks like the teams, or at least Hong Kong, might be playing it by ear. A lot of teams have been prepared, picks and bans have just been bam, bam, boom, really quick. But yeah, a bit of time taken here, and there it is, Hard Rock 2 is gone.
Hard Rock 2 gone, yes. I definitely have expected that. Yeah, well, for France, I think it's a fair way to say that since Hong Kong have performed the Nomad picks, they could also maybe ban one of the Nomad if they would like to. But they did good on Nomad too, so well.
We're not seeing DT3. The hacker is gone.
Oh,
and then they just ban it.
Yeah, but that is actually a nice choice because seeing what the DT3 for Hong Kong had been on round of 32, it is a must ban if you don't want to play it.
It's definitely a good ban. You look at the stat sheet and it's spelt out. They had the best score in the entire round of 32 on that style of map. So
yeah, and Chaos Blitz is not happy about it.
No, I bet he's not.
Yeah, it's like you confiscated one of Hong Kong's weapon, like the most strong weapon for that hard double time 3 pick. I think Hong Kong have prepared it really well, but it's gone. So what can we say?
Yeah, both bans actually make a lot of sense. We were talking about it before, and then it basically just happened. Yeah, Hard Rock 2 would have been a very good map for France with their roster. And yeah, DT3, it's Hong Kong's stomping ground from last week. So yeah, good bans. Totally makes sense.
And for the picks, I wonder if they go straight into hiddens, because Hong Kong definitely have a hidden player, and actually France do as well. So
it's a scary one, hidden.
Well,
yeah, I'm not sure about that, but they might be decent on it, but it's a tricky one to go for first map, I think. We'll see, though.
We'll see.
Oh, no. Now they're going No Mod 2, actually, first.
No Mod 2. Oh, sweet stream map.
Here comes the button mash.
Yes. And not just a button mash, but this pick is quite tricky, since it has lots of spacing around it.
The 190 BPM streams for 3 minutes. Pretty much sum this one up. Fairly comfortable flow, but not much of a break point in between all of the intense streams. There are a couple of minor ones, but very minor slow parts.
Yeah,
so
it all comes down to who can spam the keyboard consistently, more consistently. Yes.
So far, a lot of the teams have been doing very well on this one. Seen some really good team scores from many of the teams, but some teams have dropped the ball a bit. When you use it against the right opponents, it can be quite effective, but I think these two teams should be okay on this.
Yeah, well, for the players of this caliber, let's say accuracy on this kind of map is not a problem, but when the nerves get into them, it really starts to ramp up the tank accuracy. So I'm excited for who drops the accuracy first.
Who has that cool head to play the first map?
Yeah.
It's always the shakiest one when you're preparing and you're warming up for the hour or 2 hours prior, and then it starts. It's the first map is the trickiest one. So you get your names in that know what they're doing, and we're seeing that on both sides. Here comes Denny and Ezar and Chaos Litz right away. Two of the most experienced players on Hong Kong.
Oh, it's quite unexpected to see Nero on this map, but still, Justman and Ryzen just can do what they can do. They will perform well.
I'm sure they will. I
Yeah.
don't think Nero is much of a stream player at the moment. He's more of a sort of aim and hidden player. But yeah, Justman coming in, very nice mechanics-focused player, new player on their roster.
Oh, and
exciting addition.
We have Dragbit on the roster. Okay.
Yeah, we're not surprised to see Dragbit come in. One of their strongest players on really good form for Hong Kong. So
yeah, definitely.
Here we go,
Okay.
Toglet. It begins.
Yeah, it begins. The first map of this match, Ethereum Tarot. Oh, and that background is spooky. So will the notes when they come out. Okay, the stream is still ramping up.
Oh, there goes Sakura though. First break will go to the Hong Kong team. Oh, there goes Chaoslitz as well. So it's a good start here for France.
Yeah. Good start for France, green start for Hong Kong. Sure, the map is quite long, so they still have hope. But they should continue spamming those notes.
Yeah, a few wobbles from a lot of the players. All the FCs are gone on the Hong Kong team now. It's 2 FCs to nothing early on.
Yeah. Along with the combos, they have also tanked the accuracy, so this is looking very green for Hong Kong.
Well, there goes the Poon though. We're just going to break as the map slows down a bit, and one of those bursts. There's only 1 FC to nothing, so a bit of a scrappy start on this first map, but still more than half to go.
Yeah, shout out to Raven for maintaining his 99 accuracy. He's really doing a good job.
With that break now, he sees where he is, so Ryzen now has to take a deep breath and bring this home for his team. This is an easier part of the map, but the map will pick up in not much time at all. Here we go.
Yeah, and under the pressure, it isn't that easy for him. So we should see.
Yeah, he needs to hold because the advantage now is actually even because of the recovering combos from everyone on Hong Kong. So it's on Ryzen's back.
Yes.
Accuracy really good right now, though.
Basically, it's accuracy which is earning more points for France, especially on Ryzen. So his shoulders are heavy and his arms getting stiff. But we'll see. If he performs well in this match, he'll be praised, of course.
He's putting in the shift right now, though. He's doing everything he can. If he holds, it's going to be it. But his teammates have to hold now as well. Everyone's combos knocking 1k. So it's a case of even if someone else breaks on France, it's all over. So final streams and everyone has to hold. Oh, there goes Poon.
Oh my god, Poon, no!
And here we go, Hong Kong are closing in.
Okay, the gaps are closing.
It's not quite enough, though. France take it, just about, but by the skin of their teeth. That was a scary one. You can big up Ryzen for that FC to take his first point.
Oh, that score difference is really close. 40k is what makes them winner and loser. And France, wow. Big shout out to Ryzen for taking this score all by himself, maybe.
Well, if you missed, it would have been all over, no doubt. And that accuracy is heroic. Really, really good play.
Yeah, really good play by Ryzen. So the France nets first point of the game, and next pick is on Hong Kong side. Wow,
So
what a score!
Yeah, it's a scary one. The first map, you got to carry immediately, and yeah, no problems at all for Ryzen. Excellent play by him. Chaos Lid's got a slider break as well, which was unfortunate. He's going to be kicking himself for that because that would have split the difference easily had he not broke, but that's how it goes.
And I can't wait for the next map to come up right now.
Hong Kong with the next pick, so they can start things off here, kick things off with a good pick.
Maybe
you
I'm
were mentioning hidden, but it's a scary one, I feel, if they do that.
Not right now, maybe they will just start with Nomad, maybe. Because Hong Kong have performed in Nomads really well. So did France, but they sure have high hopes in Nomads. So maybe if they could pick out something like Nomad 3, they could do better.
Oh, looks like they're going to be going for Nomad 5 Tempestissimo. Speed.
Nomad 5 Speed, yes. This Nomad 5 map is basically a mix of all from Nomad 1 to Nomad 4 and add some speed on it. And it is really good. Really, the bursty parts are really breathtaking for the players.
230 bursts, so definitely pushing it up there on the BPM scale. Lots of kick sliders as well, and quite a bit of aim to deal with as well as these bursts. So
yeah. Basically, you can expect every single component of the map to be hard and to be quite dangerous for players to. It's prone to miss, especially that kick sliders are really dangerous. So if I slider miss on that kick slider, I would definitely slam my desk out of anger.
Yes, there's so many of them to dodge in this map. I say, if it was just 230 BPM streams, it'd be much more reasonable, but the aim really means you got to sort of flex your control as well, because you got to constantly snap in between these bursts. I'd say this is one of the more comfy maps for those that have a strong speed roster, which I feel like these two teams should do. I feel like they should be perfectly capable to, be comfortable on this map.
Yeah. Speed is no problem for them.
Definitely. I mean, after that stream map, It's a good warm-up for it, isn't it?
They made a warm-up for it, okay.
That's what it was. That's just a warm-up, because, you know, we don't have warm-ups anymore. Just use the stream map.
Yeah.
That's how you do it.
Genius move.
200 IQ.
Yeah.
That's it. Who's swapping then? We've seen a few players swap in. Looks like Pookie and Nero joining in to replace Ryzen and Justman.
And on Hong Kong side, Chaos Blitz and Ragbait 3 is out, and in is Hibiki and A21.
Some big personnel changes for both teams going into map 2.
Well, the map style is actually different, so probably a good choice to swap out the players right now. And let's say if they can handle the bursty part, then why not? Okay, the map is really calm at the beginning, but you should not be fooled. You have heard the preview of that map, so you should not be fooled.
That's pretty much the only break you have. I think a minor one in the middle, but yeah, this map's intense all the way through with its bursts and the aim.
Yeah.
First break going to Pookie. Advantage Hong Kong early on.
The map is only 2 minutes and 16 seconds, so it is short. So missing this early is critical. And, well, advantage Hong Kong, well, on their map is favorable of Hong Kong, but missed on the middle of the map is even more deadly.
Oh, those kick sliders. Claim Hibiki, and yep, now it's advantage France again. With Pookie recovering.
Yeah, as we have expected, the kick sliders have taken its toll.
They're so evil in this map.
Yeah, it is evil.
Oh, there goes Musty. Musty drops combo, and it's flicked back again. There's the break. They see where they are.
It goes back and forth, but we're halfway through the map, and things get even spicier.
Yeah, the accuracy's in the lead for Hong Kong as well. They're looking at a lot of high 99s.
Wow.
Very nicely done so far. And with a break by Nero, that's going to seal it, you think, with these 3 FCs on Hong Kong.
Yeah, Hong Kong definitely performing on their map, and we do see the reason why they picked this Nomad 5. They are performing, they are popping off. With those accuracy, we could expect much more performance, let's say, on this kind of bursty map. And we do have a few on these map polls, so that would be great.
Yeah, plenty for Hong Kong to leverage if they want to keep going down the speed route, because looking at that, they seem to be much more comfortable if this is France's more speed-focused lineup, because those accuracies tell a story. Really nice accuracies and nice FCs from Hong Kong here.
Yeah, nice. The accuracy is so crisp. Like, A21 just subbing in, and he is the best he has the best accuracy on this match. Wow.
That's actually really high. I'm not sure if we've had higher accuracy on this map than 3/100s. Definitely knocking that as the best score of this week, though.
Yeah. Wow. He just came in and he's popping off. He's performing. Yeah. Well, the score is 1-on-1, but time for France to pick with some headaches on, because they sure have acknowledged that speed peaks is on Hong Kong's advantage. That limits their picks. So let's say, is it hidden time?
I wonder. I feel like France's hidden roster is very decent, and if their backs against the wall, they could bring that out. You know, with the likes of Nero, Musty, and the Poon on a hidden map. Gonna be a good choice. But yeah, with the speed prowess that Hong Kong seem to be showing this year, you know, looking at Dahlia, DT2 could be an option later on for Hong Kong.
Yes, every double time pick is an option for Hong Kong right now. Well, Anesthesia is rather simple, But Dahlia definitely has that burst on it. So,
Yeah, and also free mod 2, but here comes free mod 1.
She was okay. Free mod 1. Not expected that. Okay.
Yeah, from France actually. Yeah, I can definitely see where this one's coming from. They have great mod players. They have players that rather play hard rock than no mod. So they will be coming into this quite happily, I bet.
Yeah, we could just already see that Nero is going to on hidden and Must is going on hard rock, just judging by his roster. So
they're right in. Yeah, it's like put me in, coach. I got this.
We have seen the free mod one already. So and definitely Daniel Nazar will probably hard rock or hidden hard rock if he can. But no, I won't take the risk. Maybe hard rock will do.
We've definitely seen some good over-modding on this. Like, we've had players have picked double hard rock on this, I think, in the past. You've also seen double hidden in the past, which is interesting on a low approach rate map to see more than one hidden.
Yeah, but considering it's a low AR and low CS map, it's kind of like a rock in between a rock and a hard play. So whichever mod is risky, but they should do. Then if they're comfortable with AR, low AR, then hidden is thing for them. But I think most players will lean to hard rock on this, despite the small circle size, because AR's 8.3 hidden is rather risky.
Yeah, if anyone's going to over-mod, I would expect more hard rocks. But with the circle size, it really depends on if there's a specialized player. I'd rather play it over someone to just come in and play it no mod, right? Which we have seen, so. Here come the lineups. Looks like the players are in.
Okay, Dinner Nizar is out. He doesn't want to play hard rock, maybe.
Looks like we're seeing standard mods. No over-modding.
Yeah, that is to be expected on this kind of these rounds, because there's no need actually to take risk to overmod, and you might there is a potential to lose some points because of that.
It looks like the swap for France, bringing in Just Man, one of their hidden mains, to take the mod on France. Saku coming in here for Hong Kong to take the mod.
Drag Beat on hidden and Chaos Leaks on hard rock. It is interesting to see that Nero isn't on hidden on this one, and Musty is on hidden, and Justman is on hard rock. Okay, so my bets were like all off.
The Musty is a bit of a handyman when it comes to mods, because he can play a lot of different things, so he can fill spots where needed. He has the break at the moment though, but at the moment Team France appear to be in the lead, just by a little bit though, a few early breaks. Such a short map though.
And most of it is probably a battle between Chaoslets and Nero, which their accuracies are both low, so we're expecting them to recover as soon as possible for them to get the lead.
That's kind of sad for Just Man, who broke just before the break. Here comes the advantage for Hong Kong, but now the map is going to pick up once more, all the way to the end. Advantage Hong Kong. Not much in it though.
Yeah.
The recovering combos are saving Hong Kong here.
It can be anyone's game, even at this point.
Oh, a break there by Just Man. Going to increase the lead just a bit more, and that's going to push it out of France's sights here.
Oh, Hong Kong making its break. It is coming.
Bit of a fight that. France with the early lead, but they lost it, and Hong Kong slowly pulled away. Nice recovery. And two nice FCs, actually, from Saku and the Poon, so well played. But it is Hong Kong's point.
It is Hong Kong's point, and it is a break that Hong Kong take the lead and the pick from France. So things starting to looking green for France, but they can still manage it. And is it a double
Still
time
early days.
pick right now, or Hong Kong definitely have acknowledged that they are strong in speed pick. So what you have expected, like double time 2, could just come out instantly.
Yeah, the way they've been playing, speed has been a strong suit. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see DT2. We could also see Free Mod 2, because that's a more speed-focused pick and also brings out those mod players again. But
indeed.
yeah, I mean, Dragbit had that one miss on Hidden, which is a good score as well. The one miss, unfortunate, but he had 700k. So the Hidden player, if they could bring in one for the higher AR, maybe Dragbit could play that one again. Endymion might be a good choice for them. But against France, their mod players are very good. They might have just had an off map there.
Yeah, Hong Kong probably doesn't want to risk Hidden because they know France is good with Hidden, so they should not risk it. That's my opinion, but who knows?
I'd agree, but maybe they're feeling brave. I'd agree though. It's against France, it's not a good choice, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, feeling brave doesn't actually net you a point, so we'll see.
You got the gung ho, the Leroy Jenkins strat. I like to call it the Canada strat. You know, they go against Australia,
really?
super OP DT team, and then they pick DT and win. That's the Canada strat.
Yeah, that's a good result of it. But I have seen many bad results. Oh, Noma 3.
Yeah, here comes that Zutomayo alternate style map. 4 minutes long, a longer one, but
it is long. And as for alternate map, this is quite one-off map because it isn't that dense. There are lots of sliders, and for an alternate map, it's kind of a weird map, I should say. But that weirdness is what's making the players suffer. So I don't know where will this go, but
they got to put up with the weirdness. That's what they're here for. We got to challenge them with the maps they don't usually play. But yeah, this one definitely has some awkward aim to it, some awkward angles you have to deal with, both linear alternate aim and also sharp corner alternate aim. So it's quite mixed. It's mostly linear though, but yeah, kind of weird.
Well, France didn't play alternative map on round of 32. Well, instead Hong Kong did play Pirates Banquet, and Taku almost. Oh, that was a SF. Wow, and he's playing in. So what could we expect?
Here come the teams all filtering in. A21's back to add. Well, we'll see if he adds another high score to his tally so far after the last very nice score. Very different map though to that DT.
I think it won't be easy for him, but if he performs, like he did on last map, that is another star player from Hong Kong.
Just the one swap though looks like for Hong Kong. Chaos Lit's dropping out for him. On the French side, it's looking like we're going to see Pookie and Ryzen join in. So 2 swaps for them. Yeah, France didn't play the No Mod 3 style of map last week. That was kind of similar to this. They didn't get a play on that. So
the alternate maps nowadays have quite I'd say they have a quite dense patterns. But I don't know if this is because of the song itself, but this map actually revolves around sliders quite a lot, even being for a alternate map. So that is one thing that players should notice a lot. And those weird, let's say unique rhythm choices are really breathtaking, I'd say, for players.
Yeah, the constant changing rhythm is one of the things that makes these maps quite nasty in a tournament setting. You see Pookie get a break on one of those rhythms, as you mentioned, this weird back and forth thing caught him.
Yeah, Hong Kong is
the bigger hard pots.
Wow, 821. This is accurate.
That's brave. You're gonna jinx him, mate.
Oh. Oh no, please. I'm quite known for jinxing people on tournaments, especially on my local ones. I think I should shut my mouth for a while.
You can't escape the caster curse, mate. It's how it is. Sakura gets the break though, so it's advantage France again after this first chorus. Map slows down a bit, so good so far for France here.
But still a long map we go. We have full 4 minutes, so anything can happen. The circle is round, so anyone can split.
Oh, the SS is gone on A21. He hasn't broke though, so I think he's safe.
Yeah, SS is not that important when it's compared to combo, so he'll probably okay with that.
Yeah, I'd take that. It's a good trade.
Yeah,
you don't SS in tournaments. It's just you get way too nervous. You gotta get 100 and then all the nerves go away.
Yeah, definitely. How about just deliberately getting first 100 and start the map? Is that a strategy?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, like, not even ironically. It's actually a really good start from both teams. Really good score so far. The break from Poon though, gonna give Hong Kong the advantage as the map slows down again. But good scores so far. 3 FCs to 2 at this stage is actually really good.
Yeah, the accuracy are decent all around. The lowest accuracy currently is Dragbeat. I think he's quite struggling when it comes to accuracy, but combo-wise, he's full comboing, so not a problem.
Yeah, 98 is perfectly serviceable, but when you're against everyone else who's 99.5 plussing, it's... yeah. The accuracy in this room is very high.
And he's probably the imposter of this room, so...
Anyways, here we go. Tense final chorus. It's on those combos. So much combo on both teams. Oh, there goes an FC from... a built-up combo, sorry, from Pookie. It's still advantage Hong Kong, though. They're running away even more now.
This is looking grim. Wow, these Hong Kong players are performing really well.
Yeah, 3 FCs to 2 at this stage is actually no joke. Both teams with good team scores, but Hong Kong absolutely storming this map. Sakura with an early break, and that's the only break for Hong Kong.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah, and 821, what a guy. Oh god.
Another one.
He is performing really well. Let's say, well, at the last map, he also got 3 100s. And now he's also getting 3 100s. That's... I lost my words.
It's what he does. 821. What's 2 plus 1? It's 3. It's a sign.
Yeah, Hong Kong got 3.
Now he's going to get 3 FCs this game, and 3 really is the magic number.
Okay, and also Dragbeat has 3, so... Was it rigged from the first place?
Scripted. We didn't hear that from us.
Yeah.
Next pick goes to France.
Yeah, France should struggle hard to match the point at least. And since they still have hidden, I'd say, but for the same reason, they also don't want to risk it. So maybe safer pick. I wouldn't say safer pick, but maybe hard drop 1 would do.
I do think hidden is a decent choice. I mean, only Dragbit's played any hidden so far in terms of the match, and they're going for it.
They're going for it. Well, when it comes to for what I'm expecting is like 51 to 49 to in favor of France, actually, when it comes to hidden, because they have known hidden players. But Dragbit and A21 has been performing really well, so maybe that comes down to like 50.1, 49.9. just let's say the same ratio. Where Finders Keepers, whenever I hear this song, I always remember Ghost map set. That was a masterpiece also. But seeing this back, and I have played this map, and this was a hard map. Especially the various timing changes can really trip players up.
Yeah, like the weird rhythms that are maps, the doubles and the quads. Really heavily focused on finger control and being able to read this sort of fairly standard hidden fair very well because of the rhythms and the spacing.
Yeah,
lots of variable burst spacing and cut streams.
The only hope on this map is that the AR is fast. 9.4 is decent for modern players to hit him. But everything
it's
else,
actually really comfortable.
Yeah, everything else is it is OD9. It won't be that much a problem. But when it comes to those timing changes, the OD9 can be deadly.
Yeah, you can't just mash through them. Well, you can to combo, but if you do that, you're going to be looking at a 96, 95. You need to be on point with your tapping. Otherwise, you're going to lose so much accuracy score. But that said, this map so far has not seen many FCs. This has been one of the least FC'd maps in the pool so far this week. So more often, I think combo is king in this map as opposed to accuracy, unless we end up with massive overperformance in this match. But we'll see.
That's just been what we have looking at from Hong Kong.
Oh yeah, on the last map, yeah. That's anything to go by. Let's see. I mean, I hope to see it. We don't usually see any more than like maybe one FC, sometimes even none on this map. Have we had 2 FCs in a match on this yet? I'm trying to think. I haven't seen it on cast, but
I don't think so. This map isn't really that FCable map if on tournament stages. So, and let's see if A21 can FC this map as well.
Couple of early breaks from Ryzen and Dragbit here. Accuracy from Dragbit a bit low, so just easing into the map here, just having a few issues, but settling down now with his accuracy being sorted once more.
Yeah, well, we're early in the map, so the accuracies are destined to drop on this map, so it is no surprise. But quite early on, it could affect players' morale if their accuracy is so low. Wow, we got as we are casting this match, we have another match which is currently going on, which is Germany versus Indonesia, and we have an update that is 3-on-3. They tied up. Wow.
Yeah, close matchup in that Germany and Indonesia right now.
And as this match is also close, and we're expecting lots
early break there from Ryzen though, in the middle of the map. Advantage Hong Kong now. They're going to be pulling this back, although the accuracy is saving France pretty well here. It's not by much, but it's there, and it's keeping them in the game.
Yeah, but time is ticking.
Yep. Oh, there goes the Poon on the slow part. That is unfortunate. Now that is really quite tragic for France. Hong Kong rising up here against France in this map. And this is going to be a big point if France can nick a hidden. So if Hong Kong can nick a hidden.
Yeah, it is France take even. So another break from Hong Kong and a match point. And their pick, their momentum can't stop actually. Well, we're not seeing full combo from A21, but...
No, not this time.
Yeah, I could sacrifice a combo for a team win. That's definitely serviceable.
Oh, Dragbit with a break though. Now things are going to flick back. And here comes France once more.
We still have a few bits more. Okay. Okay, the scores are...
Oh, but there goes Musty!
Oh, what a time to break.
That's gonna sting. There's only a bit of the map to go, you know. This part's a bit easier to combo, you know. Hong Kong looking really good here, but there's not much in it still. 2 FCs to 1. Here comes Thunder with his FC, but it's not enough. Oh, really close. Saku there with the last minute break, but it's not enough.
It is not enough. Actually, the highest point goes to Thunder. But
Yeah,
the team lost. That is a tragic thing.
fantastic play by Thunder, though. One of their hidden mains, one of their new players. Had a really good tournament so far, got to be said. But in this case, it's just a bit short. Hong Kong will take the hidden break point. That is huge.
Okay, and they also take the pick from France. It's now their pick. And is it time to seal the deal with the double time pick?
It could be.
I haven't mentioned this double time all along the match, and they have never picked it, so I'm sad.
Just gonna shout out Sakura as well with a fantastic FC, really keeping his team in the game there. Right at the end as well, there was another break of one of the FCs, so it was basically a double FC from Team Hong Kong.
The last minute breaks are so sad, but they did win, so they could wash it away.
Yeah, so we are with the pick in tow. We were talking about that speed being such a good thing for Hong Kong. They have some good choices here for their next map.
They can just pick whatever they want at this point, because every momentum is on their side, so it's free to pick. Except for No Mod 1, I'd say.
Yeah, I don't think No Mod 1 is a very safe one, but Hong Kong are very good on No Mod 1. We mentioned it earlier, but it's a risky one. Always going for No Mod 1 is always risky.
Yeah, always risky. Anything can happen. Like, oh, my hand slipped and pen goes away, then you miss a bunch of notes, and that's basically everything.
Oh god, it's happening again, Toglet. It's hidden again. They're actually picking it. Actually, you know what? You know what? This is actually a bit of a secret weapon for Hong Kong. Okay, we've been talking about how good France are on hidden, but Hong Kong have historically been a very decent AR8 team.
Yes.
And a lot of their players returned, so have a good roster for this.
Yeah, and they have net the hidden 1. Why not hidden 2 then? The confidence is there.
Yeah, why not? I imagine we'll see a similar lineup.
Saku and maybe probably A21 coming back?
Maybe. Looks like we're not seeing him currently though, but...
Okay.
So yeah, look at these swaps then. There is, 2 swaps it looks like. Saku and A21 been swapped for Chaos Litz and Hibiki.
And yeah, we still have Thunder on France's side. So Thunder should perform this time as well.
To mention as well, you mentioned about the Germany and Indonesia going on right now. Indonesia have just taken the lead against Germany 4-3.
Wow.
What is going on there?
Well, anything can happen when it comes to World Cups, and that is the point of World Cups, isn't it? And here we go with the
so many unexpected things, but
yeah.
Anyways, here we go then. It's match point here for Hong Kong. France, man, they've had such a good tournament so far, but they are staring down the barrel of losing in the round of 16 once again if they can't pick themselves up here. Picked by Hong Kong, this.
This AR pick is, when it comes to the pattern-wise, it is quite on the simple side, but the timing is critical. There are overlaps and stops on many points of this map that can just make the players fall for the trap, and I think we're seeing early misses.
Yeah, Hibiki with that early break, and also the Poon and Musty as well, so it's advantage Hong Kong right at the start of this map. By the way, be careful of these streams that come out in this.
Yeah.
The streams in this map are the hardest part.
And by looking at the first few patterns, you do not expect that streams, but it comes so suddenly. Oh!
Oh my gosh, Thunder! He's found a break. It's 1 FC to 3, and it's not looking good here for France in the early stages of this one.
You were right,
Nero.
Doomsday. It is the secret weapon of Hong Kong. It is.
Oh,
wow.
there goes Nero! The FCs are gone for France! There's none left. There is a break by Chaos Let's on that stream, but it's 2 FCs after we get out of the first hard part.
The only hope at this point is that they have to pray to the heavens that Hong Kong would miss, and they still have more to go, more maps to go, so I think if somebody miss, the time will be enough, but it does not seem like Dravid and Sakura is gonna drop anytime soon.
The accuracy for Sakura is dropping a little bit, but as long as he holds FC, it's going to be fine. Yeah, Dragbit looking rather comfortable with that 99.5. All they have to do is take a deep breath and hold combo. Easy part this.
Already halfway through the map, and things are looking grim for France.
The recovering combo from Thunder is down again, and that just puts another nail in the coffin.
Thunder with the smoke.
It's looking like a case of same old story for France in the early stages here, and Hong Kong absolutely beasting the early stages. It's looking like another big win for Hong Kong here in the winners bracket.
Yeah, you probably have jinxed France because you mentioned it is their way to the harder pools, and they get stabbed by Hong Kong.
I mean, they're not exactly facing chumps here. Hong Kong are absolutely fantastic, especially in the early rounds. But France, unfortunately for them, they've had some good early round performances in qualifiers and last week. But this week, it's not going to go for them, and they are going to have to fight in the losers bracket, it looks like. Not over for them, though.
Yeah, not
they
over for them. They
definitely have a chance to bring it back, but not today.
Yeah,
Hong
not
Kong.
today is the point of this match. Hong Kong have performed phenomenally. Especially
Absolutely.
821 and likes of Dragbit is just unbelievable. They have performed so well.
Yeah, fantastic for Hong Kong here. They always show up at this stage, and this is a big win, a big statement as they try to push on further into this tournament. Hong Kong take this win. Very nice.
5-1. Well, France fought well, but at the last moment they break up. They melt down, and they are going to the loser bracket. But it's not over for them. They still have the loser bracket, and the pools are going to be harder next week. So I wonder how everybody's pickings are going.
I mean, I don't think many people would have bet against Hong Kong, but I'm not sure. I haven't taken a look. I do wonder, though. I do wonder how many people's pick'ems were like ruined because of France's star power. But Hong Kong just have that early game stomping roster, and they've done it again. Excellent win for them.
Hong Kong has the potential, and they are performing phenomenally, I'd say.
Looks like Hong Kong with that win are going to be facing off against Canada next round, who had a fantastic game yesterday to get to this stage. So Canada versus Hong Kong is now set up, and that should be a really good one in the quarterfinals. But anyways, we are moving swiftly on into the game that's currently going on right now in Germany and Indonesia, and it's very close.
It is very close. Wow. Look at that.
How are we looking here? Looking like 3 FCs to 1, so it's looking like this 3-4 will be going to a 4-4 Toglet, so we're in at the perfect time.
Yeah,
but it's early days still.
Tiebreaker maybe? Why shouldn't I
Maybe.
Maybe.
I know. I mean, Germany are in a good spot though. they have an excellent stream roster, and I don't know whether they picked this or Indonesia picked this, but I bet Germany did because they have the perfect roster for this sort of map.
Yeah. And if we go to the tiebreaker, then it is a different kind of map. So Indonesia pulls 4 against Germany, so anything can happen at this point. Yeah, it is indeed actually Germany's pick on this one.
The accuracy from Dust Dice there, though. The captain and one of their linchpins. He does get the break, though, but his team are backing him up. White Cat and Smarty with FCs against just Skydiver. Yeah, looking like it's going to be just in time for the stream peeps to snipe this tiebreaker, and this is a match that I don't think many people expected to go all the way.
Yeah, probably many of them have expected probably a sweep from Germany because Germany have stomped qualifiers and round of 32. So this is definitely not expected.
I don't think it's too far from possibility, though. Indonesia have a very solid tournament roster. Skydiver's excellent. They have Rino. They also have a Lifeline as well, I believe. Very, very solid players all around. They have Ro as well, formerly known as SMH. But yeah, I don't think many people expected it to go this far.
Wow, are we in a perfect timing for this match? Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess we can quickly run over how this went before we get stuck into the final map. So, Indonesia won the first point against Germany in a 1-0, and then Germany recovered 2-1. They went up 3-1, but then Indonesia won 3 points in a row to bring it to 4-3. And then we just saw the 4-4 points. So
yeah, the comeback is real. And yeah, I think the only Toho pick of this pool is the tiebreaker. Yeah, that is the weekly dose of your Toho picks.
Yeah, that's the Toho representation.
Toho at its finest.
Looks like the timeout has been instituted before this one, giving Indonesia time to take a breather and get a team roster together.
They should definitely need a breather because this is gonna be uphill, and they need to perform.
So yeah, coming into this game in such a back and forth match, into this tiebreaker, it's time to settle the nerves and take a deep breath.
Yeah,
there's no doubt if Indonesia win this, that's a huge upset.
Yes,
despite how good they are against Germany, it is.
Yeah, despite how good they are. Yeah, at this point, the roster on paper is just paper. It's nothing. It's if you perform here, you take the crown. No, not yet, but if you perform, you advance. If you don't, you sink. That's it.
At the very least, whoever has a moment here, whoever is the one to drop, will still be in the tournament at least. So they have that. But that losers bracket is getting more and more stacked. Now we have Australia in it. We have France in it. We have the UK in it. You don't want to be down there. It's not an easier run. Not even close.
Yeah. And for the teams who are already in the losers bracket, they just don't want any of these teams. Because if they go down to the losers bracket, they're gonna probably smash it. Wow, this is
So who plays this then? I think the Germany roster is set in stone. Dust Dice, the captain, gonna be in for this one. You put White Cat in, excellent aim player, as we all know, the current number one, focused on his aim. You get him in for this.
More of an aim focused tiebreaker, so you definitely want a White Cat in it. Well, we can say the same for Skydiver, and okay, Lifeline is coming in.
That's no surprise as well. Lifeline in the same boat as White Cat, known for his extremely good aim, extremely highly ranked player. You get him in for maps like this. Skydiver is just one of their key tournament players. He's going to be in for most maps, definitely this one.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fierce match, I'd say. Probably I should hold my breath until the tiebreaker ends so that I curse no one. or I should talk.
This is the point where we curse everyone, so this is the moment.
Okay, that's one thing I'm good at it, so...
That's what we're here for, mate.
Yes, the caster curse is real.
Oh,
maybe, maybe
we're here
not
to ruin people's pick'ems.
Yeah, but Germany, since back in like 2015, Germany was the one team that efficiently dodged caster's curse around when Juan was back in caster, and he was the mastermind of all the cast curse. So who knows?
Become immune to it over the years.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the rosters appear to be in. Smarty swapped out for Whitecat. Is that an actual swap? Is Whitecat coming out for this one? Looks like it. Looks like Whitecat won't be playing this one. That's an interesting choice.
Yes, it is.
Interesting choice. Smarty, one of their newer players. He's had a good match though. Actually, he's had some really good scores in the maps he's been in for. He top scored the Hardrock 2. And he also FC'd DT1 as well. So he's had a good match. Maybe he's on good form.
Okay, the chat is not satisfied. No White Cat on this match. But Smarty is a good player. So
yeah,
you shouldn't expect less from them.
He's in for a reason. And he's had a good match. A very good match.
Yeah, this Germany roster is really looking crisp on paper. And this could... You can also say that this roster can win it all, but what we have acknowledged on this match, Indonesia is performing like probably the best game of their life. So we do not really know.
Well, here we go. It's time to see who takes this one. Is it going to be Germany marching on, or is it going to be Indonesia pulling a humongous upset and continuing their fantastic run? Early break from Row, though, on that first stream, but it's early days.
Yeah. Well, the patterns of this map is actually not that hard, I'd say, for this caliber of players. So early miss could affect their mentals a bit. Well, playing a tiebreaker is basically a torture for a player's mental status, so nothing much changes, but still.
You absolutely need to have nerves of steel.
And one thing to notice is that Okinamo is playing with Hidden.
Yeah, he's a very good Hidden player. It's his main mod. I imagine it's a comfort choice.
Yeah.
And also 3 points.
Yeah, 3 points, of course. Was the Hidden multiplier on V2 was 1.06? Was it? I recall Hardrock was 1.1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you basically full combo, you get points, 0.06 more points, and that could be an advantage, of course.
Every little bit helps, especially in this one. I mean, we saw a tiebreaker earlier on go to the wire with multiple FCs, but that was incredible. Will the same thing happen here? I don't know. It's an early break from Rexties. 4 FCs to 2 in favor of Germany here.
Wow, it's still, even though it's still early, 4-2 is not looking great for Indonesia. Unless, like, we see various misses from Germany's sides.
It could happen. This part's an easier one, though, so time for Germany to run away.
Time to earn some scores. Well, there are players who are just more comfortable with Hidden than a Nomad. Probably Okinamo is also that kind of player. So those kind of players tend to pick Hidden on tiebreakers. I'd say it's a double-edged sword, but it's a comfort pick, so why not?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to pick it if you are not 100% sure that that's going to be more comfortable for you. There's no reason to overmod a tiebreaker unless it's comfortable.
Oh, definitely we're not saying Hard Rock on tiebreaker. That's
Oh my god, no! Hard Rock is just. If you win a match and you put Hard Rock on a tiebreaker, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. That's a risky move. It's basically same with saying that I'm gonna give it this to you. So no, that's happening.
The next hard part, next chorus, 4 FCs to 2. Row recovering nicely.
Oh, this Germany is looking so strong right now. They just don't seem to miss.
Hard part's almost over.
And look at everybody's accuracy. The lowest is it's still at high 98. They are really performing well, but the misses are like taking its tolls on Indonesian side.
Yeah, just 2 misses. It's only 2. 1 on Row, 1 on Rexy's. Apart from that, this room is perfectly playing this map pretty much.
Yeah.
As far as reasonable expectation goes. Germany are absolutely popping off. This is actually incredible from them.
Yeah, if you visualize the word perfection, it will be Germany's team right now. Oh, okay. As I said, the Dust Dice is dropping some accuracy.
He still got 99. I think we give him that.
Yep.
Here we go, final hard part now, and that score advantage is rather large, but there's so much combo on the field. So it ain't over yet. Germany need to hold.
Yeah, it is so stacked. The combo is... God, what?
Skydivers broke. It's 1 FC to 4. And now it's very dire for Indonesia here. There goes Okanamo, but they need more.
Is this the final nail on the coffin?
We'll break my Dust Dice there. 2 FCs, but it's still advantage Germany. They should still be able to walk this home with that advantage.
Yeah.
The breaks at the end aren't going to matter. They're all too late. The damage is done. And Germany have done their jobs to perfection. Oh, no FCs in the end, actually, on Indonesia's side. There's only 1. And oh no, it wasn't actually. Smarty broke. God damn it! But still really good. I was gonna say Smarty had the FC coming in, but it's still the top scorer in the room though. He comes in for White Cat and top scores the room. That's what Smarty's there for.
Okay, the quality caster carries is there.
Yep, there it is. You have to wait till the end, mate.
Yeah. Well, great performance still by Indonesian team. Actually, they had one more push than they could have pushed Germany out of the round of 16 winners bracket, but that one more push was so hard for Indonesia to pull. Look at Germany's performance; it's wonderful.
Yeah, that was incredible on that tiebreaker. An incredible tiebreaker performance here from Germany.
Yeah.
Indonesia, though, making a fist of it, pushing them all the way, but it was one step too far for them, and they will drop down, but they can take so much pride in that performance against one of the giants.
I'm sorry for the teams in the losers bracket, because they're going to face Indonesia this strong next round, so I'm sorry for them, whoever it is. And see Smarty just swapping in for White Cat, and he has the best performance. You know, chat, he have performed, he have delivered. Give him a round of applause, maybe.
He deserves it. One of the new players showing why he's there. But yeah, Germany march on. Well played. And they will march on to face South Korea in the quarterfinals in the winners bracket, whereas Indonesia are dropping down to face Argentina.
Oh, Germany versus South Korea. That is a match. Wow. You definitely don't want to miss that next week.
Yeah, that's set up to be a real good match. South Korea had a really good run yesterday as well. played extremely well, so they'll be going into that match with some hope. I imagine they'll be expecting that one to go either way.
Yeah, definitely either way. And we have a match coming up, right? Or is it actually in progress? It is.
And there it is. Poland and China.
And it seems like China have took their first point. It's even a break. Wow.
Yep. The first map has already been played. A pick by Poland, but China won it. On this map, you see Tempestissimo, No Mod 5, won by China by 600k, so it wasn't even like a close one. Really good start here by China in this match.
Yeah. Well, Poland is looking really strong this year and even this week, but let's say if one team can face Poland, it is China. And
yeah, there's never a year where Poland are weak. They are always up there. But
I'd say except for 2018, where stuff happened.
Oh well, yeah, they had a weird tournament. That's true. They're a strong team, but they had some big upsets go the other way against them, and it was a shocking in 2018. Sure.
Yeah, it is right after they won 2017, so that was like a best enemy betrayal 2018. So
yeah. Romania, that's when Romania made a name for themselves, where they knocked Poland out of groups. And ever since then, Romania have been one of the most fun teams to watch in these tournaments. Of course, we'll see more of them next week.
Yeah, this seeding for World Cups are really doing its job. Like, we are seeing these wonderful matches here and there. Wow, I'm so excited.
That's the magic of Host World Cup. I love it. You can never count any team out. There's always so many shots. It's just and here we go. We can see one right here possibly.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just recap the bans. Poland actually banned No Mod 4 extraterrestrial, and China banned Hidden too. Wow, unexpected. Polish players can play Hidden, but I thought the same of China, so it is quite unexpected for China to ban Hidden too.
I guess they just don't trust the likes of Wolf and Bartek.
Yeah,
very solid Hidden players who could carry that.
Bartek is beast when it comes to AR8.
It's a beast when it comes to pretty much anything, but especially
it
AR8 and Hidden. Yeah, totally, I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
And of course, if you're facing a team that has Wolf in it, do you really want to give him the AR8?
No, not even if you're AR7. No.
If it was AR7, no, you nuked that map from orbit, mate. Nope.
Nope. Okay, Wolf in the team? Nope. Okay, we're not picking that. Well, still, this double time 3, we're seeing it. Have you seen it? Like, this is a ban material, so you don't expect a lot from this. But if we are seeing this, then this is gonna be fun. This map is a definition of a single control, and everything else. You just put in the pot and mix it well. This comes out. And this is not a friendly song for the players.
This is a 90% FC map. That's what this is. So hard to accuracy, this map.
Yeah.
Of course, we have good players, so I don't think anyone's going to get that low. For mere mortals, this is a 90% map.
You consider yourself a mortal? I don't think so, but yeah.
I mean, I get like 94. I mean, it's still
above
tricky.
Normal. Yeah, it is.
The question mark slider's coming out. Actually, Mustache having some accuracy issues at the start. We'll see if he can recover. But his teammates have his back right now.
Maybe he should change his nickname to Mortal. Maybe.
No, he's a good player, Mustache. Really good all-round player, but this map is having a bit of a wobble, it seems, early on.
Early on, it is a bit of a wobble, but at the end, it's just wobble all the way through down. Oh, okay, There
goes Tavoya Stara. FC dropped. It's 2 FCs to 4. And China right now steaming away with this pick, working really well for them.
Yeah. China looking strong ever. For China, their peak, as what I see, was considered their golden time was like back in 2015, where they had second place, which started the USA regime on basically every World Cup. But after that, they have performed quite well, and they are standing here right now.
Yeah, that's been a case of a rebuilding job for China's roster since, like the likes of 2016. But they are getting there, and they improve year on year. They have so many good tournament players, and they're having a good match so far.
Wow. This is going well for China, and not looking good for Poland. Who would have guessed? Like, Poland is 0-2. Who would have guessed, really?
Well, I mean, China are no slouch, but it is a bit of a surprising start because they dropped their first own pick, and then China banking their own pick with aplomb on this one. Two great FCs. Look at that ack from David.
Wow. He's
almost
even
99.
Yeah, he's 9% above mortals, so that's interesting. Yeah, wow, he's... that 16 isn't just 16. Like, look at others 100 clowns and come back to that 16 is phenomenal.
Yeah, the two FCs on the Poland side are actually very nice as well. Almost, well, both of them were like 98%, Rafis and Bartek, so excellent plays by those two, but team performance ain't enough on this one, I'm afraid, but well played by them.
Okay, we are having some alerts, I'd say, for pick'ems already.
Yeah, a high alert for even more pick'em ruining, clearly, but here comes Poland's next pick, quickly chosen, Holok 1.
And Wolf is in.
He is the captain this year. He doesn't usually captain Poland, but this year he is leading from the front. He has played in every single World Cup so far, the only player to do so. Every year, he has not missed one. And this has been going on nearly 10 years now, OWC. It's 10 years going in February, I think. That's an incredible feat by him.
Yeah. The first iteration was back in, was it February of 2011, was it?
Yeah, February
even
2011.
after that. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we have came a long way after that.
Yeah, things have changed a lot since that first tournament. It's no surprise to see Wolf come in for this one. Very capable on Hard Rock. And when it comes to consistency, as well as the rest of that roster, good roster here from Poland, and with its own pick, they must have high hopes, and they need this.
Yeah, but China also looking strong. Emirates XC is also good in Hard Rock, so we should not expect less of them.
Yeah, it's actually a really good addition getting Emirates XC back into the lineup. He didn't play last year, but he's such an important player.
Indeed, he is an important player. And maybe, was Milk Tea on the last roster? Last year's roster?
I don't think so. I think Milk Tea is one of the new players. But he's been playing a lot of community tournaments. He's definitely been around, but I think this is his first OWC. I don't have the numbers here, I could be wrong, but I think this is his first one.
His nerves probably have been made of steel since he's playing wonderful.
Oh, the breaks though.
Oh.
Just Crystal left for China here. The captain.
Okay. No.
3 FCs to 1 in favour of Poland here. Just Rafis with that early break. Jump spike still going with a good lead for Poland.
Oh, this curse is taking my toll as well.
You have to embrace it, man. It's how it is. I mean, you know fully well.
I can't wait players to flame me for this curse.
You must be used to it. You've been casting longer than I have.
Well, I don't think so. Okay, so things are looking good for Poland. Are they making their comeback, Steve?
It's a good one so far. If they hold the nerve, players recovering though on China.
This map is pretty standard for hard rock map, so unless they have something weird in their mind, they won't miss that much.
Marek though with that break, slider break, I believe. Yeah, slider break.
Oh, that's unlucky. I always heartbreak when players slider break on the tournament. So sad.
So the advantage is equalised now. Score lead though, it's rather significant. At this stage in the map, that's a lot of score to bring back. Here comes the next hard part, and it goes on for a while. Oh, Mustache with the break. Oh, here comes China now. They're going to reel him in.
Was I too early for saying Poland is looking good? Was it too early?
Maybe. This is a hard part though. China have to beast mode this.
They have slipped one, so there is a chance for them to slip again. But they are looking strong.
The break.
Oh.
They're coming in though.
Okay. Oh, I don't know where this is going. I cannot tell.
Milk Tea and Emma sexy though with that recovery. After the early breaks, they didn't let it get them down. And they are the ones that saved this game with the help of that FC by Crystal though.
Yeah, look at that accuracy. Wow. That is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, Crystal does what Crystal does best. Absolutely destroying hard rock maps with aplomb, consistency maps with prejudice. Excellent play by him.
Yeah, he just crystallized their lead to 3-0. And things are looking good for Poland. I have mentioned that too early for Poland. A second ago.
This is a rough start for Poland, yeah, for sure. Wolf with the only FC on his team, holding well, doing the job, but yeah, a couple chokes, just a slider break for Marek, one miss by Mustache. Unlucky. That's how these consistency maps go sometimes. One miss cost you so much.
Wow. This is same when you pick Nomad, such as Nomad 1. This is what you have to pay by picking consistency pick. That's tough.
Can I just like mention at the moment, like the results this week have been absolutely crazy.
It definitely is.
So many shocks this week.
Yeah. Well, for me, I wasn't really expecting South Korea to perform, but based on last week's performance, that they did good. And we have how many ruined pick'ems do we have right now at this moment? Wow, just wow.
You know what though? I don't want to speak too soon on that because we've been here before with Poland. I remember a little match in 2017 against a little team called the United States where this exact same thing happened.
Oh.
So I guess we shouldn't count out Poland just yet.
Yeah, we shouldn't count that. Oh, but it is another consistency pick. Anything can happen again.
Yeah, the Nomad 1 going for that consistency once again.
Not so sure about this choice. But if they wish to play, then it's their play, so we cannot say much.
Well, they have so much confidence right now. They are steaming ahead, and if they are, if the tails are up, then going for something like this, when Poland may be a little bit rattled, could be a good choice. Consistency seems to be an issue with Poland right now. They are getting a lot of just one misses and slider breaks here and there.
Yeah, but same thing can be said with China. If they fail this map, not fail, but if they lose this map, then their momentum will go on Polish side. So anything can be said with this map, with these kinds of maps. That's why I don't really suggest players to pick those consistency map on the tournaments. But what can happen? What do we know? So anything can happen.
Well, neither team played the No Mod 1 from last week. Neither team played the Hard Rock one, so like the standard maps weren't really touched. But the last one going so well for China must be leading them on to go for this one.
If they have confidence, then why not?
Yeah, why not? Seeing I'm a Burger Fox join in, replacing Milk Tea. He joined in for the other maps before this though, so he's been in for most of this match so far.
Yeah. And Crystal is there for every match.
Yeah, no surprise. Crystal's their backbone player. He's gonna be in for everything. This is gonna be a nail bite to Tuglet. This map is just so tense.
We bite our nails and players will also bite their nails. The one miss from this map is detrimental.
Yeah, those misses early on actually really going to sting China here right at the start of that first Ki.
This is what you get.
So far, very nice.
Yeah, this is what you get for a consistency pick.
Yeah, you're watching for every little drop, every little slip. The accuracies tend to be quite high on these maps, universally, unless a player is having particular issues. But still, seeing 3 SSs on the board on an OD9 is it's a lot.
Okay, so you know what? You know what other words start with C, aside from consistency?
Yeah. It's got 2 SSs. Two of them.
well, I didn't actually mean curse, but I like to call consistency picks as choke picks.
That's
because
true.
if you choke, then it's gone for you.
Yeah, these maps are choking. No one misses these maps because they're too hard. They miss them because they slipped on a note. So you're absolutely right.
That's pretty much random. So you should not really base your decision randomly, I'd say.
Oh, another break there by David Kutu on the second Ki. His recovering combo is gone, and now Poland in a very nice spot in this easier section.
Yeah, even though maps still have like few more to go, things are looking really grim for China. You are right, Doomsday. It is too early to say. It is too early to count out Poland yet.
Yeah, a lot of shakes from MTXT, man. He's recovering, but at the moment his team is not in it.
Yeah, remember, this is China's pick. Remember that.
It is. This is a big break point, and this is the perfect way to mount a comeback.
Yes. Well, if things are looking grim for China, then vice versa, things are looking good for Poland.
No 4-way FC for Poland. Marek with the break on that big back and forth jump section. But
yeah, but single miss, yeah, negligible.
Man, Crystal's doing all he can. But at the moment, Poland too strong. Consistency backfiring. I mean, I can see the sense in why China picked this, absolutely, but Poland not wobbling, not having any issues mentally. They're just going to take this and try and make something happen because they've been here before.
Yeah, if you are winning, you shouldn't play with fire and you shouldn't play with dices. That's just the golden rule when it comes to tournament picks. I have captured many local tournaments, and every single consistency pick have ended in tragic ways. So
yeah, like no one that misses on one of these maps, does it because the map's too hard. Because they can FC it in solo if they have a good go at it. But that's the nature of tournaments. You got to get it on one play, and Poland got it this time.
Yeah, one can FC a map after 10 retries, but after one no retry is quite hard to pull out in a tournament, especially.
Mastache, 1/100 FC. Excellent accuracy from him, and he's getting on the board the way we know he can do it.
Crystal is also playing great. Well, the only FC on China's side, though.
Yeah, great match by Crystal so far. He always shows up. Crystal just... It's crazy how consistent he is in these tournaments. He's so good at this stage. I can't recall him having a bad match. Well, it's very rarely. Really reliable player. Excellent stuff by him.
What now? What can we expect from Poland?
So what have we seen so far? We've seen... well, the No Mod 4 was banned. We've seen No Mod 5 and Hard Rock 2 come out of Poland so far. There is another Hard Rock if they want to go for that. Very different to Hard Rock.
Yeah, Hard Rock 2 is typically a no-go at this point. Because China have won their Hard Rock 1, so I'm not gonna say that's a safe pick. Maybe, if...
That's not safe, no, but...
Yeah. If they believe in Wolf, they could probably go with Hidden also.
We could go Finders Keepers. I think Poland have the lineup to deal with that map that not many people FC. Bartek and Wolf could definitely FC that, and that's what they're going for.
If you have those two players in your team, then everything... Yes. This is going as planned. They have made right guess.
Finders Keepers. It's the Polish synergy. Polish mapper for the Polish team.
Yeah.
No, it's not any old Polish mapper either. Fotovnik was the former captain, I believe, of Poland. He played in the early years a lot.
Yeah,
so,
he did.
Kindred spirit.
He's basically the guardian angel of Polish team.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to Fartovnik. He was the organizer for the first few iterations of World Cup, I think. Before Locked, is it correct?
I can't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he was. Wolf is mentioning if let's see if Farto maps for Poland.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
See if he knows what they like.
Yeah, I can't wait for the chat to spam rigged when Polish wins this map.
It's collusion.
Yeah,
this map is a nasty one to FC, as we mentioned. Just quick word on the map. It's so awkward. We don't see many FCs on it. We saw Hong Kong nearly two-way FC it, and that is a rarity.
Yeah, that is definitely a rarity because FCing this map really can make you a good player already. It is a definition of a good player if you F this map, especially with Hidden.
You gotta be such a confident Hidden player.
Yeah.
Couple of early wobbles. My Angel Miku coming in for this map finds an early break, and also Bartek with the early break. So, a few issues for Bartek early on, looking at the accuracy actually.
Yeah. Well, his accuracy is much. Oh, okay. Well,
interesting.
Accuracy-wise, it is on China's side.
Yeah, on the whole, it seems like Mastache and Marek are the ones looking to carry the weight in the middle stage of this map.
And okay, I was about to mention David's accuracy, and he dropped a little bit. But two highest accuracy on Polish side is not. It's actually not enough for two highest accuracy on China's side. So the score lead is growing even further.
David and Crystal walking it home in this easier section. So far, so good here for China. Bartek recovering, but Wolf finding another break. Wolf's having a couple issues in this one.
Yeah, even Masta's finding a break also. Only one full combo left on Polish side.
Yeah, this really is backfiring really hard. My Angel Miku recovering after that early break excellently.
Yeah.
This is a really good score so far by China.
Wow.
Really good team performance.
David, are you out of your mind? This accuracy is insane.
Oh, he misses a stream. Just need to mention that, but it's still an excellent score by him.
We'll
give him it.
Yeah.
There you go. Final FC has gone from Poland now. Marek breaks. It's just Crystal left. And Crystal just doesn't miss, man. This is just what he does.
Yeah.
Just FC everything and leave. What an excellent player, and he's having a great match.
Yeah. Wow. 4-1 against Poland. This is China's statement. They are here and they are performing. Wow, you should probably ban Crystal, nerf him.
Yeah,
if you're on Poland side, of course.
Yeah, whoever's facing China next, don't ban a map. Just ban Crystal from the match.
Yeah,
because my God, this guy is just broken. He's way too OP.
From round
especially
onwards,
at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, we have like more bans when it comes to next rounds. Then just don't ban 2 maps. Use that 2 ban card to ban Crystal. That's it. You win. GG.
4-1 to China. Match point, and they have the next pick. But, God, again, Poland have been here before. This is not uncharted territory for them, having to make a big comeback. But China, man, they're looking so good in this game.
But let's see, what picks have been left for China? Well, we can think of Hard Rock too, but since Poland, I think it is a good pick since Poland is having a quite consistency issue. Well, that can be a doable pick, but maybe not double time picks because we have Rafis also. Maybe that's not a good thing.
They did win DT3, but the other 2 DTs are much more standard. I feel like Poland are going to be much more at home on those.
Yes.
So, but those free mods? Oh, wait. Nope. We are seeing DT. They're going for it.
Oh,
DT1.
They're going for it. Okay, DT1. That DT1 is still fine. Okay, let's say. That Dahlia pick is really cursed, I should say, for the players. But Anesthesia is pretty standard, so if China is on momentum, they could probably win this. Well, Twitch chat is hoping for 5-4. We'll see.
Oh, we always want another tiebreaker. You already had one on our casting bit. Come on, have another one, right? Don't want to be too greedy.
Yeah. Well, tiebreaks are always delicacies for us casters, but not for players. But you know, we should have fun also. So we.
Well, here's the thing. Poland's roster is so stacked. They could definitely take China on any of the remaining maps if they get their heads in gear, but they've had issues with consistency, unfortunately, and it's really costing them against a China team on good form.
Yeah, they have 1 foot out of the wilderness, and if they misstep once more, then it's basically a gone for them. But they still have a losers round, but who would expect Poland to be in the losers round? Who would?
I think regardless of what happens here, even if Poland managed to bring that comeback in, which definitely could happen, China in the losers bracket, no one wants to face China considering this evidence.
Yeah. My Angel Miko on the chat just realizing that they somehow have a 4 points. He's questioning his teammates if we have 4 points already. Nice.
Alright, here we go. Match point for China. They're going for DT, the more standard DT, but this map does have quite a few awkward aim shapes and angles. It's a fairly standard DT though, at 229 BPM, so...
Yeah.
AR10.
Well, Anesthesia has been quite picked on the different iterations of the World Cups. I remember picking a Holy version of it before, and it is pretty bursty pick, I should say, for its BPM. But yeah, this map is a little bit different. Yeah, those, especially the weird spacing that grows up over time, is really fun to watch.
Yeah, Yeah, this being a Mirage map. Mirage always having those wacky spacing shapes and spacing changes.
Yeah, I think the wacky is perfect word for that.
It was a very early break for my Angel Miku. Stayed in for this one, but only break so far. Oh, but there goes Mustache though, just before the break.
Oh. You don't want to miss just right before the break. Because you soon to get realized you have done it in the wrong way. And that's not good for the morale of the player. Especially when it's a match point situation. You don't want that miss, really.
There's still a lot of combo on the field though. This map doesn't really slow down in style and difficulty. So plenty of time for silly breaks, and there's one. Ematexi.
Oh, what a time to break. Yeah, silly break can be anywhere. We're still halfway through the map, but
Oh, there goes Twatch Starry though. China still have the lead. Going through this bridge. 2 FCs to 2, but a recovery from Angel Miku. Oh, and that's gonna seal it. There goes Wolf Wolf.
oh my god, is this happening? Is it really happening?
I think it is, Toglet. I think Poland are going down here.
Wow, I didn't expect China. Actually, didn't expect Poland on the other side of the spectrum, but wow.
And the upset train has no brakes. It's another seeding upset, and a big one.
Wow. Who would have guessed that Poland would end up in a loser's bracket? Who would have guessed? And the man behind it, let's say, Crystal, with wonderful performance overall. He has almost FC'd everything, right?
Yeah, I think he had one break on one of the earlier maps, but that's it. Crystal, an absolutely incredible performance. The MVP, easily.
Yeah, easily
Goodness
the MVP.
me.
Also, great shout out to David. Also, he had been performing greatly. Wow. This match is breathtaking, and despite the score 5-1, this match has been fierce, I should say.
Yeah, there's been a few close maps in there. Some tight contests, but there was also some big wins for China as well. Should mention as well, Bartek's FC there with 6 100s is actually excellent. The accuracy is very high for this map.
Actually, the highest score of this map, but the team is going down.
Yeah, Poland is down. China bringing it back. Their rebuilt roster takes a huge scalp here as they look to get back to their glory days in the OWC. Great game by them.
One thing scary is that we haven't seen GGBY in this match.
No, he didn't actually play, I don't think.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. He's one of their core players, been playing many years, but I don't think he even appeared there. So they still have him in the back pocket to bring out later.
Scary. That is basically another backbone for Team China. So
ooh, that's going to be interesting. So where are they going now? Let's take a look. Oh, it's China versus Japan in the winners bracket. That should be a good game.
Oh, that's
a classic.
fun to watch. Yeah, I definitely want to cast that match. It would be so fun. Yeah, they have both similar situations that they have came back and rebuilt their rosters, and they're performing great up until now.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge acid test. But it looks like we're moving on into the game that's currently going on at the same time as this, Malaysia versus Norway, and it's setting up to be a really good game. It's setting up to be quite close because I believe the score was 4-2 to Malaysia.
Oh, Malaysia is wow.
And this is another seeding upset. Malaysia seed 32, I believe, in qualifiers. They only just got in.
Yeah, let me just check. Good check. Qualifiers. Yes, Malaysia is 32nd, and Norway is on 17th. Wow, the seed upsets are real. these guys are just saying that Sid is just a number.
We've seen actually Malaysia close in here, maybe. We've seen the client actually have a cough, but I think looking at the combos, Norway's going to be fine on this one.
Well, Rampex with a real great performance at the moment.
Yeah, Rampax. Nice FC for his team. But as we get into this game, Malaysia have the lead, but Norway are going to come back here.
Okay, so this will be 4-3, I guess?
Yeah, 4-3. You are. Let's have a quick look to see how this game has gone to fill in people. So looking at the MP, looks like Malaysia won the first point, being it 1-0. Then it went up 2-0, then 2-1, and then 3-1, 3-2, and then 4-2. So Malaysia have had the lead the entire match so far.
Wow, that's a statement. And wow, they're picking free mod too.
Yeah, free mod 2.
Yeah,
as we set up for another nail biter.
It's my first time to see it on stream, actually, for me casting. And this map has lots of bursts. And look at that CS, it's 3. It's a rarity to see on tournaments.
A large circle size. Meaning Hard Rock's actually not that uncomfortable, because circle size is still 3.8 with Hard Rock.
Yeah, but you probably don't want to say that with those streams and space streams. That's a nail biter when it comes to Hard Rock also. So
it depends on the player though, I think.
Yeah, like such Hard Rock players such as you would probably master it, of course, but we plebs can't really full combo when it comes to Hard Rocks, so we'll see. Okay.
Yeah, true. Like certain players like to play like the higher BPMs on AR10, don't they? Like depending on like if they are like Hard Rock mains or just prefer that higher approach rate, they might put on Hard Rock and find that easier.
And we are seeing GN coming in.
Yep, GN coming in there, of course, well known to being one of the best reading players in the world and one of their main players for a lot of maps. One of their core plays, very well rounded, GN.
Well, okay. Haruchi stepping in for Malaysian roster. And pretty much other players are staying in, so... Okay. We have seen a good performance from Rampex. Let's see how will he perform again on this free mod pick. Basically, with this roster on both sides, I cannot really imagine I can really predict who picks what. Are they gonna overmod it?
I could definitely see overmods on this, especially from Norway. We've seen 2 Hard Rocks from them.
Oh, really? Okay, that's point. That's additional point for them. At the same time,
I take it.
Yeah, you will take it, of course.
Yeah, you don't just go double Hard Rock unless you're absolutely positive that it's easier for you. So,
and on this map, actually, Hard Rock is feasible because it's CS3.
Here we go then, it's match point for Malaysia. Losers bracket matchup this, the loser goes home. So a lot on the line here for these two teams.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to go home early. They still have Rhoda ahead of them. But basically one miss can seal the deal, and because it is just 2-minute match.
An early break there by Melva on the no-mod there. First break in the room, advantage Malaysia.
Okay.
Ooh, that hit.
Yeah, and Wuha is quite suffering in terms of both combo and accuracy. Right?
That break by N. Julesen. Not going to help out Norway here. More bursts. They don't stop, but it's 3 FCs to 2 in favour of Malaysia.
Okay, here comes the burst. Can they manage it?
more breaks, but they're not on the FCs. So it's still looking good for Malaysia. The last bit of the map, the flourish. And Malaysia might nick it if they hold on.
Okay, Rampex is popping off. He's on the full combo. Also Fiel.
Yep, Fiel and GN doing their best. But it's 2 FCs to 2 and the damage is done. And it's Norway going home. Malaysia take the win.
Another seed upset. Wow.
Now this is a result that I don't think anyone saw coming. Norway have a great roster this year, a great well-rounded roster. But this year will not be their year. Malaysia take them out. Wow.
Wow, this is the upset for the underdogs. Especially thinking that Malaysia have just barely qualified for this tournament. And this performance of theirs is, wow, this is wonderful.
They're not here to make up the numbers. They're not just here to say, hey, we're here. They want to make something happen. And now they have a tournament because now they have a win on the board. And that's against a established World Cup team in Norway.
Yeah.
That's a great win for Malaysia.
Indeed, great win. And what a week. We have seen so many upsets, so many great matches, and we have still more to go. Wow.
And I just gotta say, the Asian teams this week are having a great tournament, great week, I should say. So Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, all winning. Indonesia nearly winning against Germany.
Yeah.
Great week for them.
Great week. Is Turkey Asian team? No. I think they're classified as a European team, I should say, or are they?
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, I missed it. I'm sorry.
Is Turkey classified as a European team or Asian team?
That's a European.
Okay, then.
So what's going on now? Looks like the next match is happening in 9 minutes' time between Austria and Italy. 2 more games on today, and then of course the map pool showcase after that. So plenty more to come.
We still got more interesting matches to come, and well, this week has been really surprising, and for me and for the players, and everything has been so great.
Yeah, It's been a fantastic week for the neutral, the spectator.
Yes, indeed.
In terms of these results, not many sweeps, competitive games across the board. It's great to see it.
Yes, and we have seen tiebreakers, so I'm satisfied.
We've had 2 now, haven't we? Of course, we had Canada and Taiwan go to tiebreaker, then Germany and Indonesia. So hey, at least the Marami Pop seeing some love there in the tiebreaker slot.
Definitely. Okay, so we're here for a little bit of a break. After 8 minutes, we'll be starting a new match. And up until then, we'll have a break, I think. Is it?
Yeah, we'll take a few minutes to grab a fresh beverage. I believe we're going to be joined by a new set of casters. I believe this one guy and Will Stetson are going to be your casters for the next game. So
yeah, great casters.
Yeah, so, we'll be signing off. Cheers again for casting with me, Toglets. It's always awesome, mate.
It is always a pleasure to cast with you, don't say.
We'll see you guys back here later for some more OS World Cup 2020 round of 16. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to OSU World Cup 2020 for the last block of the round of 16 losers bracket round 1 weekend. We are rejoining a day that has already seen some incredible matches over the course of the morning so far, and hopefully the remaining 2 matches do not disappoint either. First up is going to be Austria versus Italy. I am this one guy, and I am joined, as so often is the case on a Sunday afternoon, by none other than Will Stetson. Hello, Will Stetson. How are you doing today?
Hello, this one guy. I'm doing pretty good. Just woke up a little while ago, but it should not matter. These matches are set to be pretty entertaining, I believe. Team Austria does have some returning legends. We do know Goose Fedora as one of their main carries, I believe, for WC. Also rejoined by a couple familiar faces such as Tepi and Mika, both of which are pretty well known in the Austrian community. Mika specifically as the number 3 player in terms of PP ranking. Going to be interesting to see, especially with this improvement over the last year, whether or not he's going to come through in terms of his tournament performance. Going up against Team Italy, who is, I'd argue, one of the, maybe a bit lower seed, but still one of the powerhouses of the tournament with such players as Koba, Spazza, Synchro. They're a very, very good hard rock team. They're known for their hard rock performance. Not far behind is a DT skill. They're definitely the favored team also going into this match. So I think it's going to be weird, especially with all of the upsets in this stage. And I guess this pool is it's still on the easier side, so Austria could definitely steal a few points here. But I think we're heading into rules, picks, and bans. So let's see what happens there.
Yeah, this match, for those who have been around this morning to watch the first couple of picks so far, has a lot to live up to. For anyone just tuning in, of course, we have seen Germany escaping Indonesia in a tiebreaker. We saw China pulling off the upset 5-1 over Poland.
That was crazy.
We saw Malaysia taking out Norway, the 32 seed in the bracket, advancing onward another week. And we, of course, also had... what is our one other match? I'm forgetting about one other match, I feel like. What is the other match I'm forgetting about? Or is that all of them? I don't know. We've had some interesting matchups so far today. Let's just put it that way. And now, of course, getting into Austria, Italy. As you said, I think Italy is the favored team here, but this is a match that can definitely be competitive, as we see. Getting into the bans, the low AR hidden ban coming out from Team Austria, the speedy DT ban, by contrast, coming out from Italy. Austria will have the first pick.
The hidden band at all, I would say. I do not think that either team has a particularly strong hidden roster, but if I had to pick, I was going to say Austria had the better low AR roster. Italy has never been known for their hidden prowess, but this is just an interesting ban from Team Austria. And then also banning DT into Austria when you're Italy is just, I wouldn't expect either ban. But I guess they must know something we don't. But it is now Austria's pick. I do not know what you pick into Italy. All I know is that you do not pick hard rock. You just
I would have expected a hard rock ban here, honestly, from Austria, especially considering we've seen a lot of teams banning out hard rock 2, especially. It's been a very popular ban. It is the more difficult of the hard rock picks, arguably the most difficult map in this pool. But they do leave that up. Italy will have that available if they want it, as well as Hard Rock 1, of course, the more straightforward, aim-focused Hard Rock. But Austria is going to open things up with the Freemod 2 pick. So that is Endymion, mapped by a Silica. Not overly surprising, I don't think. Italy choosing to ban out the speedy DT pick. This is kind of a kindred spirit type of map to double time number 2. Endymion bringing in some very fast stream, some quick sliders, a lot of bursts, and it is 220 BPM. So not nearly quite so fast as double time number 2, but does have some certain playing aspects in common. So if you get that map banned out against you and you feel like you're good at speed, this might be the option you go, since the Nomad 5 is a little bit more about the kind of just quick bursts and small aims in speed more than the longer bursts and streams in speed. So, logical pick here, I think, considering the Italy ban, at least.
I'm still interested that they picked this, because Italy can just, 3 of them can take Hard Rock, and then someone can take, I think it's HHR, right? It counts as hidden. So, and considering how strong they are at Hard Rock, I foresee Italy doing very, very good on this pick. Even though it is a little bit speedier. I think that Team Austria is going to have to put up some very impressive scores if they want to take this point.
Yeah, I mean,
PS3.
this is like an Italy favored matchup, I think, in general. So it's always going to feel that way on most picks, I think, because they just kind of have the higher skill cap.
They
general,
do.
So
They do. You are right about that, but I still think that there's a couple maps that you can pick just to sort of make sure that you can get a couple points if you are Team Austria, and this was not one of them. So I'm not sure what's going to happen here, to be honest with you. For roster-wise, we do see, as expected, Fedora, Goose, Tepi, and Feedy, with Kizan coming in as the fourth player. That's just expected. I think we'll be seeing, at the very least, Fedora, Goose, and Feedy, or Fedora, Goose, and Tepi, rather, in for almost every map. A bit surprising not seeing Mika, I would say. Especially because this is a bit speedier. But, and then for Team Italy, we do have Spazza, Serpi, Kirochi, and Koba, both their 4 best Hard Rock players expected. And I think we're probably going to be seeing Kirochi take Hidden here. And then everyone else take either Hard Rock or Nomad.
yeah, you know, I think like Italy, I mean, they have Spaz, who's obviously known as a very good speedy player. Kirochi, Koba, Serpi round out their roster really well. I think we'll be able to learn a lot about this match and how it's going to play out just from the first map or two. As we do get into map number 1 here, you'll be able to see how the players are performing. You'll be able to kind of gauge their relative skill levels on this pool, I think, pretty quickly because of how varied these maps are. And they are relatively, I will say, a lot of the maps are easy, quote unquote, for the top teams. But once you get down into the teams below, maybe say top 16, they definitely get to the point where the skill level is a little lower and the map pool is a little bit harder for them, a little more challenging. So I think these losers bracket matchups especially can be a little more clearly determined. And they can also come down to sometimes one-man carries a little bit more. We saw that happen last night with the Singapore versus Mexico match where one player was able to carry specific maps like here and there. And so it might be the same thing here as we get a couple early breaks coming in from Serpi and Kizan as well as Tepi already.
Yeah, Tepi and Kizan not able to hold combos on this very well. We did see another break from Serpi, but Spazza, Kirochi, and Koba all holding.
There goes Goose Fedora as well as Kirochi. It is Feedy with the FC against Koba and Spazza. And I don't know that some of these players are comfortable with this BPM. You see Kizan at 94%, you see Kirochi at 94%. And I feel like that's a big telling thing about how comfortable players with the BPM, more so their act than their combo. You know, if you go in for a map that's 220, 230 BPM, and you hold 94 act, you maybe aren't super comfortable with it. As you come through the longer streams, you see some players dropping some hundreds. There goes Feedy's combo, but it is going to just stay on the Italy side as they do have the double FC still intact against no FCs from Austria.
Kirochi still FCing with Hard Rock is a very...
No, he's not.
Spazza, rather.
He is not... Oh, okay, I was going to say, Kirochi is not FCing with Hard Rock. Spazza, however, is. And this one is typically a map that we've seen almost more favored toward the hidden players, but the Hard Rock players, yeah, doing pretty reasonably for themselves. Feedy had a little bit of trouble, but Spazza still on that FC, despite the lower accuracy.
Yeah, both hidden players actually having a bit of a tough time on this map specifically right now. But it does not... It's pretty favored to Italy. Spazza FCing with Hard Rock is a very impressive score.
Yeah, it's a really good play from Spazza to open up the match, especially on a very fast map like this one. Coming in with Hard Rock, pulling out the FC on map number 1 to lead his team to victory. Pretty convincing margin there, over 500,000 points.
No FCs for Team Austria, however, 2 S ranks. Very unfortunate for Goose Fedora and Tepi. If they had both FC'd, I actually think that would have gone to Team Austria. Because they both had, I think, 1 or 2 slider breaks each, respectively.
Yeah, that could have been very, very close, if not an Austria win, just with those slider breaks. But not a great time was had there by Kizan. That was a big part of it as well, all the way down at 367k while his teammates were all above 600k. That's definitely unfortunate. Kirochi, though, not a huge amount better score, so it was kind of offset, but still.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff for Team Italy, unfortunate stuff for Team Austria, rather. And it is now Team Italy's pick. That was a break point. I do not know what we're going to see here, but I think we can expect to see either Hard Rock 1 or 2. Probably Hard Rock 2, just because it is the higher skill cap map.
Yeah, they could go one of a few different maps. If they do want to go the hard rock route, obviously either of those is available. Or if the DT here made, or if the speed pick here made them feel good, they could go Nomad 1. I don't know if we're, or Nomad 5. I mean, I don't know if we're necessarily going to see DT 1 or 3 as the other, speedy types of picks. Not really in the same kind of vein. Those are very different maps. So
it really depends on how warm Italy is, if we're going to see DT or not. Because I do think that they'll win it pretty convincingly. It's just whether or not they're confident in themselves that we'll see it or not.
I think Nomad 5 might be a good pick here, and that is what they're going to go with. In fact, it is going to be Tempestissimo. So they are going to kind of play along the speed skill set line going into Nomad 5. 230 BPM. Going to increase the BPM by a bit. As I said, this one is more about kind of some of those small bursts and kind of the small aim. This plays out a lot like a DT map in that way, where they're like short bursts and quints and kind of smaller micro aim patterns rather than big aim or big long fast streams. But it is kind of the most similar BPM wise to Free Mod 2 that was just played. And so I think it makes for a very logical pick for an Italy team that just looked pretty good on that Free Mod.
Yeah, I think they have realized that mechanics are probably Team Austria's weaker point. So I do think we're going to be seeing just about the same roster for Team Italy. Spazza, Serpi, and Koba, I would not expect to leave. Kirochi, most likely going to be staying in as well, even though he was not able to put up that great of a score in comparison to his teammates on this last map. But for Team Austria, I think we'll probably be seeing about the same roster as well, except Mika is going to be switching out.
Mika will be switching in for
Kizan. Yeah, gosh.
Yeah.
It's so early.
Mika's stubbing in. It's 10 a.m. It's fine. Come on now.
And I do think this is going to be an interesting test for Mika, seeing if his tournament skill has improved over the last year. I do not think he's been playing many community tournaments, so I'm not sure how much of an opportunity he's had. But we're going to be getting into it. It's time to find out.
Yeah, Mika's one of those players where he just has a really high skill cap, but you don't see him enough in tournaments to get a great feel for how he's going to do. So yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one for sure. Other players mostly staying the same as we said. Goose Fedora, Tepi, Fidi, taking on Kirochi, Spazza, Koba, and Serpi. I think, again, based on the result of the previous map, this one definitely favors Italy, but there is always room for improvement, and bringing in Mika may be a big move for Austria, who is, I would say, well, as he breaks in the first 100 combo, I would say he's typically going to be considered their highest skill cap player, but his tournament performance has been a little variable as he finds another break as well as Fidi already. Only 250 combo in, we've already seen 2 breaks from Austria, and neither of those players having a great time either. And there's a third break from Tepi, and it's a 3-way from Italy still, with just Spazza breaking early on.
Yeah, very early on, so it really doesn't even matter in the context of this map. It is very short, so yeah, Spazza's score is going to be nerfed by about, I'd say, 100,000 points if he FCs the rest of the map. But it does not matter. His team just performing very well. Halfway into the map, we still have 3 FCs, with Spazza not far behind. However, Team Austria not looking as comfortable on this. Yeah, both Mika, Fidi, and Tepi with some pretty consistent breaks, although they are building a combo back up. Goose Fedora, still the main carry, holding an FC.
Goose Fedora is just a magical, mysterious type of man, although he does find a break. I was going to say so many good things about him, and then he missed, and now I just feel like I can't.
Koba does break as well, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Kirochi's still in the FC, and Spazza with a 650 combo. That's more than enough to outdo Tepi and Fidi, but there is a break from Kirochi. Down to the last quarter of the map, the lead's about 300k. If Tepi and Fidi FC the rest and Spazza breaks, this will come down pretty significantly. I just don't think there's enough time or combo left.
Yeah, unless Spazza breaks literally right now, it is going to go in favor of Italy.
And there goes Tepi, so it's now going to be really over. Yeah, this is just an Italy team, I think, with better consistency, and they're showing it on these first couple of picks. You get these very short but relatively mechanically demanding maps to start off matches where they're 2 minutes long, but it's 220, 230 BPM. And, it's just all about making sure you can get some big combo up. Spazza with the 1000 combo, Koba with the 700, Kirochi 800, Serpi 750. That was a good score. Yeah.
Fidi, I mean, we can't ignore Fidi as well with the only 99 in the lobby. That's actually really impressive. We kind of undersold how he was doing on this, but he was just not able to pull off the carry, unfortunately. Even if he had FC'd, it would not have been enough, I don't think, to beat Team Italy on this. They are just looking much more consistent. And Mika, unfortunately, not able to put up as good of a performance as we would expect on a map like this. He is one of the faster players for Team Austria, but his combo just not able to live up to tournament standards right now.
Big props to Spazza coming in top scoring the first 2 maps of this match, doing quite well on those picks, which were admittedly somewhat similar, and they did definitely fall within his skill set. But good job to him. And we are now going to go to a completely different skill set. We're going to go into Nomad 3. That is Haze Haseru Haterumade, which is the alt pick in the Nomad pool. This
Banger.
A banger. It's Zutomayo, mapped by PKK, so I think that tells you about all you need to know already if you're familiar with this artist and this mapper. It is a very straightforward, very long alt pick, just under 4 minutes. There are a few very tricky patterns thrown in here and there to break up the monotony, but it is a lengthy alt pick. It is going to test your consistency, and this is going to be a completely different skill set than what we've seen on the first 2 picks, so it's going to definitely switch up the vibe of this match a little bit here, and maybe it's what Austria needs to get a point on the board.
Yeah, Austria has definitely realized that mechanics is not the way to go if they're going to get points off of Team Italy, so I think it's not really a shot in the dark because they still have a lot of ground, or they still have a lot of opportunities to make the ground here. They did decide to go with a completely different skill set. They go from raw mechanics to alt, which is arguably it's much more awkward and much more like reading intensive. So I think that they have a better roster for something like this, a skill set like this. Teppy and Fidi are going to be staying in, Mika also staying in, but Goose Fedora actually swapping out in favor of Sparksy. We have not seen him yet this match. I wonder how he's going to do on this. And then Team Italy's roster staying exactly the same. Surprisingly, no Simone Trapani coming in for maps such as this. But I don't think it should matter. They are all able to perform on maps like this. We're going to get into it. I think that Austria has a chance here.
Yeah, there's 2 types of maps that I often consider to kind of be toss-ups, especially in matches between somewhat skill difference teams. And that's Nomad 1 type of maps and then alt picks, because the nature of flow aim, to me at least, is such that if you miss once, a lot of times you're going to miss like 3 or 4 times. You can easily miss entire patterns, and that can really hurt your score considerably if you're not careful. So you have to be very careful and consistent with your flow aim on these types of maps to ensure that doesn't happen, because it can really drastically affect your score if you lose out on AC and combo at the same time like that.
Yeah, and we're gonna be like this is a pretty long map, so even if anyone did break in this first 300 combo, it would not matter that much. This is a map of like almost 2,000 max combo, so we will be seeing I think we'll be seeing a lot of breaks, but they're probably gonna be a bit later in the map once the nerves start to kick in. Everyone holding pretty well so far. Accuracy, like, it's not very variable. Everyone's holding over 99 except for Sparksy, and he is still comboing, so it does not matter yet.
Yeah, that was that player swap we noticed with Sparksy coming in to replace Goose Fedora, who is typically thought of as, one of the best, most consistent players on this Austria roster. And once again, it is going to be Mika as their first player to break, much like on the last pick. For all of his vaunted mechanical skill, not having the greatest of time in tournament matches, I don't know what to attribute that to, and it is unfortunate, but he's got a lot of time to build combo back up. But that is about a 600 combo difference now, as Fidi finds a break as well. Italy is going to be in the driver's seat here at about 1/3 through this pick.
Serpent missing as well, though.
That's 2 breaks and just the 1 for Italy, though.
Yeah, they do have the opportunity to build up some score lead now. They do already have like almost 100,000 point lead, but anything can happen on a map this long. Like, we should absolutely not count on Austria yet, because they do still have 2 FCs. Serpy missing yet again. He's not having a great time on a pick like this. But Teppy dropping one of the 2 remaining FCs for Team Austria is now going to put Italy very firmly in the driver's seat. Still 3 99 plus FCs.
Also, can we just say, like, shoutouts to Mika and for a while there, Serpy, who was single tapping for quite a bit, and Mika's single tapping the entire thing. And there goes Sparksy. There are no FCs left on Team Austria. Hirochi, Spazza, and Koba all still going for Italy. I think this is just kind of GG go next at this point. It's a 400,000 point lead, and literally the highest combo for Austria is 500, whereas there is still a triple FC on Italy. This one is kind of just a done deal at this point.
Yeah, this is looking like a grave mispick for Team Austria. We are now going to have to wait for about a minute while Team Italy just rapidly built up this score lead. They're now at 500,000 points. In the last 10 seconds, they've built up over 100,000 score. It is now approaching 600,000. How big can the score differential get in this last quarter? It is going to go very fast.
I would say it could actually go to 1,000,000 points, especially if Fidi and Mika break again. Well, there goes Spaza, so maybe that will not happen now. The score gap won't look as bad as it possibly could have, but yeah, this is kind of just a trouncing here. I will say, for in defense and as a proponent of Team Italy, like, they are arguably one of the best teams that fell into losers bracket round 1. I think Italy, alongside maybe Singapore and Chile, are very, very strong teams that just happen to run into very good opponents in round of 32. So Italy looking a lot better than Austria here is not the most surprising thing in the world. As we see another break from Mika here at the very end. It is going to end up being, well, it is going to end up being almost 1,000,000 points actually.
Jeez. Yeah, Koba and Kirochi putting in very impressive scores.
969k, Koba with the FC, Kirochi with the FC, 7 100s and 13 100s respectively. Yeah, that's a 3-0 quick lead for Italy, and there just doesn't feel like much Austria can do. This is the plight of the smaller countries with fewer players available to their teams. You end up with maybe sometimes not quite as well-rounded of a roster, and you end up with some players who maybe just aren't quite up there on the performance level.
Yeah, Austria
it is what it is.
Austria had that was a grave mispick, actually. Italy putting up 4 99+ accuracy scores on a map like this is actually really impressive. That means they must have only Sharpie only missed one pattern, I'm pretty sure. Spaza, with an unfortunate slider break, probably due to nerves, right before that last chorus, still able to put up a really impressive 4-100 score. That's crazy on a map such as this. But now, Team Italy has quite a lot of ground on Team Austria. I think they can pick pretty much whatever they want here and not have to worry about going into like a point deficit. I think they'll probably go with Hard Rock. I'm really surprised that we haven't seen it yet, but we'll see what happens.
We haven't seen much of Hard Rock 2 in general across the board. It's been banned a lot, and I have not seen it picked all that frequently. Hard Rock 1 maybe feels a little too toss-up, if since it's just kind of an aim test more than anything else. So
true.
Italy, and I think Italy definitely wanted the Nomad 5 first pick because they felt so confident about speed. But we'll get to see their pick coming in here. It is going to be the Hard Rock 2 pick, so we are going to get to see Desaparecer as the selection here coming in from Italy, the Devious Panda CS 6.5 Hard Rock.
I'm excited.
As you expected, Italy, the Hard Rock team, goes for the Hard Rock pick.
Yeah, this mod is very, very favored to Team Italy in this matchup, so I do not expect much of a fight to be put up from Team Austria here. Anything could still happen. This is a pretty RNG pick, but yeah, I just don't expect it, quite frankly. Team Italy going to be having some roster changes. Austria also going to be having some roster changes. Mika actually being swapped out in favor of Kizon once again. Fedorigus also making his return for Sparkse. Tepi and Fidi still staying in. The core players, as it turns out, for Team Austria going to be staying in. Wonder going to be coming in for Team Italy, and Ryuzaki as well. We're seeing Spaza actually swap out, which is very surprising. He is super skilled at Hard Rock, but I guess he wasn't feeling as comfortable on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, Ryuzaki coming in for this doesn't surprise me too much. Wonder probably just strong on this particular map, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, Ryuzaki is one of the best. Like, next to Koba, I think Ryuzaki is actually the best CS 6.5 player in Italy. So it does make sense that he's here.
Yeah, Ryuzaki, I remember last year and in other community tournaments, Ryuzaki and Koba just very, very good precision aim players. So I think Italy probably wins this one quite handily as well. But it is a type of map that you can kind of just shit miss on. Like, this is the type of map that is relatively intable. So we'd like to think that, Austria can make a good show of things, but
Yeah, it is also Ryozaki's first map, so he could be feeling the nerves just a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple misses come out from him, at least on a map like this. But I think we're just going to be getting into it. Map is starting. Let's see what happens.
Wonder, coming home from his World's Lost with Team G2 to start up his Osu career. Going into the CS 6.5 Hard Rock. Those circles look so small after the stuff we've been seeing.
Yeah, after
CS
free model 2.
CS 6.5 just looks tiny.
Osu 4 ants in OWC. Let's go.
Alright, so this is, relatively, it's like finger control stream heavy, as you can see. And it all comes down to how well you can maintain that small circle precision aim throughout the course of the map. Again, a very short one, 2 minutes 18 seconds. As with many of the maps in this round, quite a short pick. And the early break from Feedy, that is a chain miss. That is an entire stream. His Zach drops down to 93%. His score drops down to 78k. Not the greatest way to start this one, as we're already a third of the way in. But Koba finding a similar fate, breaking on an entire stream as well.
Ooh, very surprising to see Koba of all people break. This is one of the skill sets he's very known for.
There's a break from Teppy next, and this is just the way the breaks go on this map. If you miss on a stream, you miss like the entire stream. We see chain misses.
Breaking too.
Yeah, it's down to just Goose Fedora. Meanwhile, oh Teppy, oh dear me, oh Feedy, oh dear me.
Oh,
okay.
Man.
You hate to see it. You just hate to see it. This is Italy. Italy's just gonna run away with this one in the last third of the map now. I think that is a massive combo lead.
Yeah, we do have a 3-way FC still being held for Team Italy. Both like all with 98 plus. Ryuzaki not far behind. Oh, Ryuzaki shaking just a little bit.
Shakes are bad on 6.5, dude. I don't know how UFC 6.5 with shakes, but he's somehow maintaining that combo. Oh, and he slider broke!
No!
He got slow slidered! That's so sad.
Man.
Ryuzaki gets slow slidered and Wonder breaks on the next stream after, so it's just gonna be Kurochi with the FC coming into the ending. Goose
I
Fedora
cannot believe Ryuzaki is holding combo right now.
You were saying?
Oh, never
there he
mind.
goes. There he goes.
I'm a little bit behind.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay.
It just doesn't matter. If he stops playing, the score difference is still about 600,000 points. Unfortunately, I do not see Team Austria coming back from this, even with Goose Fedora's FC.
Yeah, Kurochi and Goose Fedora are actually both gaming. It's going to be 1 FC per team. With almost the exact accuracy. In fact, 97.5 on both of those players. Kurochi and Goose Fedora putting on a very good show. But Italy just running away with that one. 650k on Wonder, 607k on Ryuzaki. Teppy, well, he rolls out the B rank 16 miss. You can see like the miscounts, like those are basically just multiples of notes in the streams, Yeah. So it's just kind of what happens. You fall off a stream and you end up missing a whole bunch at once, and that is kind of the result.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate for Teppy. He has been in for every map so far. You can tell he's probably focusing super hard. He might be starting to get a little bit drained at this point, especially with the high pressure of OWC and the difficulty of these maps. Probably might be getting to him just a little bit. But who really knows? All I know is that it is now 4-0 for Team Italy. They're now firmly ahead. Tiebreakers now forced. Austria needs to have, I'd say, a miracle at this point if they're going to be forcing a TB. But it is their pick.
What do you even pick here if you're Austria? I mean, you just have gone nowhere fast on any of these maps, and we have had some very different types of picks. We've had the small circle speedy free mod. We've had the big circle. I mean, small circle size. We've had the 6.5 hard rock. We've had the alt pick, and none of them have really felt like Austria had any sort of chance. I mean, at this point, you maybe just go like a Nomad 1 or something, and they're going to go a DT1, in fact. It's going to be our first DT pick of the match, Anesthesia. So it's going to be the Mirash DT map as possibly the last pick of this match.
I don't understand this pick.
Okay, but would you understand any pick? What pick would you understand? Like, I think the only pick I would understand here would be like a Nomad 1 or Hard Rock 1, because they're like the generic picks. But this one, a Mirash awkward aim DT, 230 BPM after losing maps that were 220 and 230 BPM already. I don't really know that I get this one from Austria. I think like best case scenario, you coin flip Nomad 1 and you just kind of handshake that you're gonna play the generic aim map and see what happens. I don't think you go DT1 here, but there's always a chance.
I still would have gone. I would have gone hidden one. I don't think that Team Italy is very good at reading, and Fedora Goose at the very least is able to put up a good score on a map like that. I think Teppy would also be able to do decently well, but I guess they really just are not feeling confident on hidden for whatever reason. They're probably just trying to play. I think they're probably just trying to play to their strengths here. These are probably the maps that they had the best scores on their practice sheet or something like that. But I think for a team against Team Italy, you don't do that. You probably try and pick into their weaknesses as opposed to your strengths, because they are just an objectively stronger team, at least in terms of mechanics. So
yeah,
I just don't think this specifically was a good pick.
Yeah, I think when what comes off as your strength is also one of your opponent's strengths, because we've seen how good Italy can be at speedy maps and DT maps in general. I don't know. I would like to see Austria get a point. I always want to see the team get a point on the board, but
it's possible.
I don't know if this is quite the way to do it. I think what they need is a big improvement from Mika over his scores that he put up in the earlier picks. And as somebody who is obviously at his rank largely because of being a very strong DT player, you know, maybe this is the way to do it. But Italy, with just their superior consistency, and I think as a more experienced tournament team will be more comfortable with the awkward aim that a Mirage pick requires, I think this is still going to be relatively in their favor. But, you know, Austria has players who can definitely do well in this. Goose Fedora has looked good all match. Mika has the capability to do well. Teppy as well. So, you know, there's always a chance. And Koba is the first to break. So the lead for the first time all match is actually looking like it may go over to Austria here in this first KI in a moment.
Yeah, accuracy also suffering for a couple players on both teams. Fedora Goose is currently sitting at 93, Kurochi at 94, not far ahead. However, Mika still sitting at a clean 99.7, and Serpy breaking there. This is actually going to put the score in favor of Team Austria here, even though Team Fidi does break. And they're leading by about 20,000 points.
3 FCs to 2. That accuracy from Goose Fedora not helping out Austria, but he does still have the combo. It's all going to be whether those 3 players can continue to hold on to their combo, though, as Kurochi, Spazza, both with the FCs, and Spazza with incredible accuracy. There goes Teppy. That will be combo advantage over to Italy. And it is all in the backs of Mika and Goose Fedora now to try and hold on through the squares. They do hit them, but Teppy breaks, and nobody from Italy finds a miss. There goes Mika. The score gap goes over to Italy, and they're just going to run with it now about exactly halfway through. That's exactly where you don't want to break.
Yeah, Fedora Goose, even though he does have an FC, his accuracy just not enough to be able to carry his team, at least on a map like this. Yeah, and with Koba still building up a combo and Kurochi still FCing, even though his accuracy is low, like Serpy has the better combo over the other 2 players on Team Austria.
And there goes Fedora Goose as well.
That is GG.
It's
for
GG.
Sure.
Yeah, there's really no coming back from this one now. Kurochi still with the FC. Koba and Serpy with pretty big combos. Spazza found the break in that last chorus, but it really didn't make a huge difference because Italy just has such a big combo lead. This is going to be a little bit of a speed run here from Team Italy, it looks like. It's going to be a pretty clean 5-0. Serpy with a late break, but not going to affect the outcome considering the combo everywhere.
This has got to be one of the fastest matches so far in the tournament. Like all the maps were decently short, actually.
Well, 4 minutes long for Nomad 3. That kind of ruins the any percent strats, unfortunately. But yeah, other than that, very short maps. 2 minutes for Fremod 2, 2 minutes for Nomad 5, 2 minutes for Hard Rock 2. They like came so close to optimizing the any percent strat here. Just the Nomad 3 kind of ruined it, unfortunately. But that is going to be a clean sweep, 5-0 for Italy. Austria just never able to make this one close. Unfortunately, just out team-wide skill.
Super unfortunate.
Yeah, it's just an unlucky matchup to be put into.
Kuroshi with that FC, by the way, very impressive stuff from him. And then still really, really good accuracy from both Spazza and Koba, like 1200s and 1800s respectively. On a map like this is very, very impressive.
Yeah,
but
so
everybody is leaving.
They're gone.
That was that was a very impressive any percent run from Team Italy.
Yeah, I think that's second place on the weekend after the Singapore over Mexico, which I think was about a minute faster. But good job, Italy. They performed exactly as they needed to win that match, and they're to be celebrated for that. They advance onward in the losers bracket, where they get an unfortunate date. They get to meet up with Australia next week, but
Ooh, that is a good match.
This should be a good one, actually. As far as losers bracket matches, we've got some good ones set up so far. So that will leave us for this week with only our last match between Turkey and Sweden in about a half hour, just under about 25 minutes, actually. But commiserations to Austria. They will be going home, the next team eliminated from the World Cup this year. You know, always impressive from some of those countries with a smaller player base, just to make it in and make it through qualifiers. So good job to them. Unfortunately, they were not able to win a point in the bracket, as they did drop both of their matches 5-0. But there's a lot of good teams this year, and I don't think you can really fault them for that. They just ran into some good opposition. They should hold their heads up high. Getting through qualifiers is nothing to scoff at, so good for them. But good job to Italy on the victory. Moving onward.
Yeah, and I think that with that said, you should all join us in about 24 minutes from now. We are going to be having the final match in the losers bracket at this stage. It is going to be Turkey versus Sweden. We'll be joined once again by myself and this one guy. And yeah, I think you can expect to see us in just a little bit. Stay tuned. Hope to see you soon.
Don't go anywhere, guys. Grab some coffee, grab some drinks, grab some snacks, and we will see you on the other side of this break.
Bye.
We still don't know where we're going. Burning trees are leading us again. The crumbling ground is brightly glowing. We will arrive. We will arrive.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final match of OSU World Cup 2020's round of 16 losers bracket round 1 weekend. It is going to be Turkey versus Sweden, and joining you once again will be myself, this one guy, and Will Stetson for this last match. Welcome back, Will.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. This is, I believe, slated to be one of the less. This isn't slated to be very close. Turkey not known to be one of the best teams in the tournament, and Sweden has been very, very hyped this year with like players like Reedcat just super popping off, getting like crazy ass solo scores, as well as doing pretty well in some tournaments as well. Like doing I think he did really well in TV size tournament, but he's also followed up by a couple of pretty hype players, Saika, Blue, and Coach, all making very good community tournament performances this year. Going up against Turkey, who does have some sleeper players such as Hironi and Eggman BSRMS. I don't remember how to pronounce it.
Everybody's favorite username.
Oh my god. But yeah, this is definitely favored to Sweden, I would say, in almost every map. But we've seen a lot of upsets so far, so I don't know if that means much on paper. So I think we're going to be getting into the actual lobby pretty soon here. But I don't know exactly what's going to happen in this match, honestly.
Yeah, we've had some very interesting matches so far this weekend. For those who didn't get to watch, definitely check out the VODs because there have been some exciting matchups so far over the course of the last day and a half. Hopefully, with this being the last match of the weekend, you'd like it to be a good one. At least, some great scores put up. There are some players in this lobby who are definitely capable of great things. So I am hoping that we get a good one here. We are starting off with the first ban coming out from Sweden already. They do go ahead and get rid of the Hard Rock 1 map. And Turkey instantly following up with the Hidden 1. So the bans coming in quickly, getting us prepared to move on into the first pick. Possibly my favorite change for OWC this year, honestly, is the elimination of warm-ups. We get to move into these matches very fast. We get to have very exciting matches that move at a quick pace. Very big fan of that. And
yeah, really good optimization really good optimization for the any percent strat as well.
Yeah, our continued discussion of OSU World Cup 2020 round of 16 any percent. Somebody's got to pull off that frame perfect skip, man. It's got to happen.
Yeah, God, Sweden wasting a lot of time here, not able to pick a map, able to pick a first map quickly. Oh, Hidden 2 is actually up. I think I would not be surprised to see it picked, and there it is immediately picked by Team Sweden.
Well, they've already ruined the speed run because that is 3 minutes and 40 seconds long. So I guess we're not going the optimization route, but
yeah, that would be a reset in any normal speed run.
Yeah, we're starting that timer back over again. Let's go ahead and run this one back. But I do think this is a good pick for Sweden. Something I often talk about in these types of matchups where one team is pretty obviously stronger than the other on paper is that the higher skill teams are typically better at the gimmicky maps, and this Hidden 2 being a low AR.
Aaron just died a little bit, but yeah, see what he is saying is basically correct. As the skill cap for your team goes higher, air rate does generally become a lot easier to play. For Team Sweden, it's pretty expected to see the first 3 players in. I was gonna comment on Recap being in the lobby, but he did just sort of dip out there. But seeing Saika, Coach, and Scylla in for air rate hidden is very expected. Team Turkey, I'm not exactly sure what we can expect to see in terms of roster. I think it's pretty safe to say Eggman will be staying in. Hironi also a pretty safe pick. But their field players I'm not as familiar with, to be honest, so I'm not sure who we'll be seeing. It looks like Shadowa and Kemsit gonna be the ones staying in. And Reedcat actually does come back in. He is not known to be a hidden player, so I will be very much paying attention to his performance in this. And I think with that, these rosters are decided. We're going to be getting into it. See what happens. All right. Let's see what happens. This map is pretty unforgiving in terms of a hidden pick. So I'm not exactly... I don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of dumb places to break on a pick like this. But it is very long, so even if we do see a couple of early misses, it's not going to be decided immediately. Yeah, this is one of the more awkward. This is actually a pretty awkward air raid hidden for such an early stage, round of 16. Ooh, and Kempsit with a very early break. That is like it doesn't actually matter yet, but it is going to be pretty obvious which it's gonna be pretty obvious what the performances are gonna be like early on in this map. Eggman and Scylla both with early misses themselves, but Reedcat, Saika, and Coach all holding FCs as we get into the first quarter of the map. Heironi also missing on that slow pattern. Oh, Heironi actually sort of dying. This is not boding very well for him. 91% accuracy and going lower. Reedcat also with a miss. Oh goodness, this is this is kind of a clown fiesta as of right now. Only a quarter of the way into the map, we have already seen multiple FCs dropped. We've already seen, yeah, there's only 3 FCs remaining. 2 for Team Sweden, 1 for Team Turkey. Shadow, the only FC right now for Team Turkey. Saika and Coach, though, approaching the halfway point, holding both over 99% accuracy. That's actually really impressive from both of them. Scylla, not far behind, even though he doesn't have an FC, still comboing with pretty solid accuracy. This is looking very, very favorable for Sweden right now. Looking like a good pick. Did anyone miss the stream? Yes, Heironi and Reedcat both dying on it. But it just does not matter. Team Sweden looking firmly in the driver's seat right now, even though Kempsit has built up his combo. Ooh, and Shadow dropping that FC, that is actually going to most likely decide things for Team Sweden. Reedcat not able to really hold the combo, but it just doesn't matter. Scylla, Coach, and Saika, the AR8 powerhouse, really able to pull this score lead very far in favor of Team Sweden. Though when Saika does drop his FC, but it just does not matter. Coach still holding that FC, even though Kempsit does have a combo. Heironi, Eggman, and Shadow just not able to build properly. Yeah, the score, even with Reedcat Reedcat and Saika both dropping the combo, the score lead is still going in favor of Team Sweden, just with that accuracy advantage from Saika and Coach. And Scylla, actually. Yeah, Scylla has recovered very, very nicely. Ooh, and Coach, unfortunate. Coach does break his FC, unfortunately. Scylla and Saika also dying on the stream, but yeah, at this point it is basically decided. Sweden is going to be taking this map, and we just have to wait for this banger to finish up. We do have Saika just full missing on the last stream. The score lead actually came down just a little bit. Shadow and Kempsit were able to build up their combo just a little bit, but unfortunately just not enough to bring back the point for Team Turkey. Sweden winning their own pick. Turkey now, it is now their opportunity to pick. They really need to pick properly here if they want any chance of coming back, I believe. Because on paper, like I said, this is very favored to Team Sweden. They are just a very, very strong tournament team, shown in community tournaments and now OWC. Turkey needs to pick properly here. Although it's going to be tough for sure. Team Sweden known as a very good team all around. So I'm not exactly like it's a tough team to like pick a skill set into confidently. Oh my gosh, and the immediate No Mod 1 pick from Team Turkey. Kind of expected. They are known to have pretty solid aim, pretty solid raw aim. Eggman is one of the better aim like mechanics players in the game. But he does immediately leave the lobby, which I don't understand. Actually, yeah, three of the 4 Turkish players actually swapping out for this map. Raikoho, or 2 of the 4 rather. Raikoho and Eddie's Berks are best gonna be coming in. Meanwhile, for Team Sweden, Reedcat and Coach both staying in. Saika, however, swapping out. Yeah, Saika and Scylla both swapping out in favor of Andros and Blue. A bit surprising to see Andros come in for this. I don't know him normally as a raw aim player. Usually know him more for his speed and mechanics play. But I guess we're just gonna see what happens here. Oh, Aaron, have you returned? Oh, or not. That is unfortunate. Yeah, Aaron is just having some internet problems, so we are going to be having some solo comm for at least a little bit here. Might be joined potentially by Doomsday in a moment here. But yeah, it looks like these are going to be the rosters for this No Mod 1 pick. This is known to be one of the more RNG maps in the pool, just because raw aim is always something that's a bit of a toss-up, especially at a stage this early. So I'm not sure what we're going to be seeing here. Oh, Blue also having a little trouble loading in, but I think we have just fixed it. Yes, we have. Raikoho playing by himself just a little bit here, holding the SS. And I believe that as a temporary replacement, we are now being joined by the one and the only Doomsday. Hello, Doomsday.
Hello, hello. I'm sneaking in for my best T1G impression while he's having some issues, but yep. Yeah, what's up? Jumping into this No Mod 1, looks like.
Yes, it did just start. No misses just yet. The tougher aim hasn't exactly started yet. Oh, but Eddie's Berkser actually does drop his FC very, very early on. Not going to matter as much just because this map is 4 minutes long. This is going to be a very, very long map.
Yeah, still plenty of time for the wobbles to come in, but this map has seen a lot of very high combos, but yet followed up by Andros there, so it's all even as we get out first chorus.
Yeah, still 2 SSs on the board, which, I mean, for a map like this, it is more expected to see this map being like, there's going to be a lot of high accuracy, just in general. I would expect most of the act drops to just be either misses or like chain misses on streams potentially due to nerves. Like a map like this really does bring on nerves very, very easily. Yeah, you can see Coach actually shaking just a little bit as well.
Yeah, the big thing about this is just keeping you cool and keeping your mechanics in order through that, so, and as this goes on, the worse that gets.
Yeah, but
Coach shaking ain't ideal.
Yeah, his shaking isn't ideal, and it's for the first time we're actually seeing Team Turkey holding a lead by about 20,000 points. It is looking like this is a pretty strong pick for them. Raw aim always been one of their better skill sets. Ooh, Kansaki. Oh, and Coach actually breaks. Oh goodness. He's one of their FCs too. That is not good. Andros also a little bit of a lower combo, even though Kansaki is shaking. Oh, but he does miss. Combo lead still in favor of Team Turkey. They're still widening this score lead just a little bit. 50,000 points as we approach the second half of the map.
Yeah, this map cools down a little bit now, so it's a good spot here for Turkey. So this part isn't necessarily that tricky compared to the rest.
Yeah, it's not as tricky, and it's a good place to sort of like try and calm your nerves down internally. Like the jumps aren't nearly as not as engaging, so you have a bit of time to just sort of calm yourself down. And no misses on that stream into the break. Blue still holding an SS. I think that the nerves are really going to start to come through for him here.
SSing in a tournament ain't ideal, is it? Because it can really play on your mind.
Yeah. Oh, Coach and Eddie's both breaking their combo yet again. This lead is still widening for Team Turkey. And Kansaki does break yet again, but Shadow and Raiko still holding 99% FCs. Raiko still with a 99.77. That accuracy is really impressive for a map like this. But Blue still holding the SS. I'm just not sure if it's going to matter.
Can he hold it though? Is he going to keep his cool? Because that score lead it's gaining ever so slowly, you know. Sweden should be able to nick this, but maybe not now.
Blue does drop the SS on a note. I think it wasn't a slider break, right? It was an actual miss.
I think it was, yeah. The smoke coming out, frustration. It's so unfortunate, but that's what happens, man, when you have an SS on a note 1.
And he does drop a 100. This is actually going to be going in favor of Team Turkey. They're able to pull off a point against Team Sweden. A powerhouse team for sure.
Big morale booster that going into this. I mean, of course, we mentioned the mechanics being one of the strengths of Turkey and, well, nicking that point right there on their own pick. Just what the doctor ordered with that.
Yeah, a double FC coming out. Shadow and Raiko both pulling off 99% FCs. Reedcat not far behind with a 98.9, and Blue with that unfortunate slider break right at the end. Super unfortunate for him. But with Team Turkey now putting a point on the board, showing that they are not going to be slept on just yet. Sweden now needs to pick properly yet again. I think we can... I do not think we're going to be seeing something like Nomad 2. I think something like Hard Rock is a bit more expected. It's a bit more skill cap oriented. It's a bit like, especially Hard Rock 2 is a really weird map. I do not think Turkey is good at something like that.
Yeah, it's definitely less about the consistency where that Hard Rock 1 sort of sits. It's much more trickier with weird streams. I mean, with Sweden banning that though. But then again, I think last time they banned a Hard Rock and then went for the other one. And yeah, there we go, we're seeing it again.
Hard Rock 2, there it is. Unsurprising, I would say. I think the only reason that they banned Hard Rock 1 was because it's basically Nomad 1, but just Hard Rock. It's a bit more RNG than Nomad 1, so they were like, we don't want to chance that.
Yeah, much more of a skill test, this.
Yeah, for sure. We will probably be seeing a couple roster changes here. It does look like Andros is swapping out in favor of Saika yet again. This is the core for Sweden powerhouse. Reedcat, Saika, Coach, and Blue. Some of the best tournament players in Sweden.
Yeah, it's what the team's based on, really. It's what everything else is built up from. What they've been building for the last few years. And yeah, as a team, Hard Rock is certainly one of their strongest suits. So this should be a powerhouse pick. And into Turkey, you know, a team that may lack in those more weirder skill sets, although this isn't that weird. It's not exactly, you know, straightforward. This should work out extremely well.
We're actually seeing they were actually trolling. Hard Rock 2 is not Team Sweden's pick. They actually wanted Nomad 2. Oh no. Looks like Reedcat accidentally might have trolled. Interesting strategy. I don't really understand what he was going for. But instead we will be seeing Nomad 2, an Aether Realm song, featured artist, mapped by Silence Player. Taro, Final Stand. Pretty solid, pretty good song. We're going to be seeing some roster swaps. That was weird. I'm not sure if that was an actual troll pick or not, because we saw other players actually pop into the lobby there. Andros did leave. I feel like they probably thought about it too much and then picked them at, like, Recap probably picked it too early or something like that. I'm not too sure. But in any case, we do see some, yeah, in any case, we do see some roster swaps. Felurion and Andros swapping in for both Blue and Coach. And for Team Turkey, Eggman making his return to the lobby. Shadow also swapping out in favor of Hemsid yet again. Four-way. Hey, Roni predicting the four-way fell, but these are going to be the rosters. We are now going to get into it. Let's see what happens.
For real this time. Snowbait. Here come the streams. We've seen some very high team scores on this, but we've also seen some teams have, you know, issues with the consistency on it, but I wonder how this one will go. I think Sweden should have a good roster for this. Turkey did really well on the mechanics focused Nomad 1. So maybe they have a roster for this also.
Yeah, Felrion and Eggman both with early breaks. Actually, Heironi as well.
Yeah.
That could be a sign of things to come in the rest of this map. Although this is a bit of a slow in relation to Nomad 2s, this is a bit slower. Usually in OWC we can expect to see something around 200 BPM. This is more about stream aim, I would say, than stream like stamina. 190 BPM, not exactly the fastest, so we're gonna be. This is almost a consistency test.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, because the aim with those kick sliders and the constant sort of swirling around throughout this map, yeah, it's more of a test of the aim. We do see some people dropping Act though due to stamina, but it's early days, so maybe they're just warming into it.
Yeah, Heironi actually mis-aiming one of those streams as well, just chain missing. You know, it's oh man, Heironi not having a good time. Kemset also breaking his combo. Sweden looking very, very comfortable on a map like this. However, they're already even only about a little over a quarter of the way in. A 300,000 point score lead is not anything to scoff at.
Looking like a great pick for sure. The level of comfort can be seen in the accuracies. There's a big deficit here. I mean, we are seeing some good scores though on Turkey. Raikoho with a really solid run, but the rest of his team having a few issues on this. So
Yeah.
don't really have a roster for streams, it seems.
Yeah, Heironi currently sitting at 89%. Definitely not ideal for a pick like this. Still Felrion, Saika, and Reedcat still able to hold really impressive combos though. Saika with 99% FC.
At this point, there's no real pressure, especially at the break.
Yeah.
They saw that they are way ahead, so they're not exactly being chased here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I really just don't see a reality where Team Turkey comes back from this. Even if Sweden were to just all die right now, and Turkey were to FC the rest of the map, I just don't think that a 900,000 score lead is enough, or is going to be comebackable for them. A very good pick from Team Sweden, and I think they now know that like raw like tapping skill is Team Turkey's weakness. I think they can have their picks sort of lined up after this.
Raikoho, though, doing everything he can. So you got to give him props for doing his best here with a good run. But yeah, as a team, this is definitely not the ideal. If they get through this, they may need to consider this as a potential ban in future pools, because yeah, they are way behind on this, unfortunately.
Yeah, the aim on these streams, granted, the aim on these streams is a little trickier, and that looks to be what they're mostly missing on. I don't think it's the mechanics that's holding them back. It's the actual like consistency on the aim. But even so, Team Sweden with a almost 1.3 million score lead at the end of that map. That is a definitive victory if I've ever seen one. Raikoho is still pulling out the FC, an impressive score from him, but his team unfortunately just not able to keep up on a pick like this.
Really well played there by Reedcat. The captain leading by example. But it was a very good team performance. 3.2 million on this. It's very solid going, so fair play.
Yeah, and Felrion as well, not far behind with that really, really early miss. Probably tactical just to avoid the nerves of an FC. But yeah, Team Sweden putting up some very, very impressive scores. Even Andros and Saika still putting up 630k each. Really, really good stuff from them. But now, Team Turkey's pick, that's got to be a bit of a demoralizing loss. That was a pretty big scored lead. Pretty big score gap, rather. But I'm not sure what you pick now if you are Team Turkey.
To be honest with you, it seemed like Turkey knew how that was going to go beforehand, so I imagine they're not too surprised by that. But yeah, how they react now is incredibly important.
Yeah.
Now they have that pick, and there are some maps here that can benefit their playstyle pretty well. Once the maps come up though, but there are a few I think they could peek at here in the early stages.
Yeah, I think something like potentially the alt pick might be good for Team Turkey, just because it is a really RNG map, and from what I could see, a couple of the players are not looking as consistent as they could be on Team Sweden. So, and for a pick like that, it's like if you're not super focused, then you can miss on any pattern. PKK is really unforgiving in that way.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on No Mod 3. It's a solid one for them. And, you know, last year they did beat the US on an ult pick. They have the players for it, and many of those players return. But they are going for some free mod, it looks like. Some speedy free mods.
That's an interesting map to pick, especially after losing a mechanics-based map just then. This is just much faster tapping-wise. The aim is also pretty decently awkward. I think they're probably just testing how good Sweden is at mods on something like this. Like, I'm not sure who takes what. I think we'll probably see Reedcat, Hard Rock, and then like Psycha Hidden is what I would guess for Team Sweden. For Turkey, I just have no clue. I think we'll probably see Eggman, Hard Rock, and then maybe Heyroni Hidden, with the other two players filling for no mod.
I think I'll certainly play it safe with the mods. I feel like this map is one of the ones that sees a lot of combos consistently. Pretty much whenever it's appeared, we've seen a good amount of FCs. And you're mentioning about Sweden having the odd consistency issue. This could be a decent pick to exploit that.
Yeah, just a little bit. They're still playing very, very well. But normally, on maps like these, I would expect to see like 4-way FCs, and I'm not seeing that. So that's my prediction, is we could be seeing a bit of an upset from Team Turkey on a pick like this. Especially since their mechanics play, like Andros, not known for his tournament consistency. So I'm not sure. Like he can totally FC this, but it's gonna be RNG, is what I predict.
Same lineup then for Sweden.
We do
no changes.
We see an overmod actually from Team Sweden. We have 2 Hard Rocks, Reedcat and Andros, and I believe Psycha taking Hidden with Felrion no mod? I didn't see Psycha load in, but I'm pretty sure that's the mod rules. Yeah, we actually do see an overmod from Team Sweden.
Yeah, the double Hard Rock. With the CS3, CS 3.8 might be a more natural, like, reading style of map for those. So I can imagine Andros or Reedcat, especially Andros, might actually prefer this to no mod.
Yeah, we actually do see an overmod from Team Turkey as well. 2 Hiddens. See Kemson and Eggman taking Hidden, and Raiko with the Hard Rock.
That's more of an interesting one, but again, it could be potential reading comfort with the AR being quite high.
That's true. Yeah, this map is definitely a little bit favored to Hidden, I would say. But I'm also a little bit biased.
I think it has trickiness on both mods.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ooh, Felrion actually with the early break for Team Sweden. The score lead is just going to go in favor of Team Turkey just a little bit here, provided that we don't see another miss, and we do not. Oh, but Heyroni does drop in no mod FC. That's arguably one of the worst FCs you can see dropped as well, because there is no mod to sort of improve your score, provided that you can play it properly.
Yeah, the mod player's going to have to carry this one for Turkey, but at the moment they're doing pretty well. Nice accuracy on Eggman there.
Yeah, 99% FC on Hidden. That is looking pretty good. But Raiko dropping the Hard Rock FC, not going to bode well for Team Turkey. Sweden now going to start to run away with this, a 200,000 score lead and increasing.
All those 1/3 taps.
Ooh, Eggman not looking too happy. Does drop the Hidden FC. I think things are now firmly... Sweden, like, very much in the driver's seat on this. I do not see them losing this anymore. 3 FCs
this is
still
pretty decisive now.
We actually see all 3 mod players for Team Sweden going to be FCing this map. Holy lord.
Yeah,
that is a really impressive performance from Team Sweden.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned this map does see a lot of full combos, but not usually the mod players.
Yeah.
So it's great to see the mod players be the ones to carry this. That's great stuff.
Yeah, Kemsit does pull out the FC for Team Turkey. Very impressive stuff from him as well. The Hidden FC, but unfortunately, his team just not able to match up. And then compared with the performance from Team Sweden with 2 Hard Rock FCs and 1 Hidden FC, with Felrion not that far behind on Noma, that's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I can see the sense in picking this from Turkey. You see those 2 1 misses from Eggman and Raikoho. It's really unlucky, but the accuracy wouldn't have had that make a difference anyway. But
I'm not even sure
why
it would have mattered.
No, it wouldn't have mattered. No, that's what I mean. Because the accuracy was too low from Turkey.
Yeah, that's just... It just goes to show how good a team like Sweden is on maps like that. Because I don't even think Turkey played that very badly. But Sweden just really, really popped off on something like that. And now, Sweden in the really, really in a good position here. It is their pick. That was a break point. They can now force a tiebreaker if they pick properly.
You haven't seen any double time yet.
Yeah, no double time. No hard rock yet, technically. I'm not sure what you pick here. Quite frankly, free mod 1 now seems like a much more comfortable pick for Sweden. Because their mod players were not looking as good. Or like Turkey's mod players were not looking as good there.
Yeah, it's another one that you can overmod as well. Quite friendly for overmodders with it being a lower approach rate map. Those hard rocks can come out again, the double hard rock, maybe, but you know, it's an option, and there are many, I believe. Oh, look at the dub! Look at that! Chat. Now,
we do 2 maps picked.
I think there's a bit of civil war going on in the Swedish team.
Yeah,
play.
Okay, it looks like Recat conceding Nomad 3 is going to be the pick for Team Sweden.
You're now numbered 2-1. Sanzutamayo. We were talking about this earlier, being a potential pick for Turkey. But Sweden really wants to pick it.
Sweden stealing it away. I think after a map like that, Sweden feeling a bit more confident in themselves. We have 5 Turkish players currently in the lobby. Who will be the one to swap out?
Yeah, who to bring in for this one? The last 2 maps have seen the same lineup play this one.
Yeah, I think we can probably expect to see the core 4 coming for Sweden. We could see Reedcat, Blue, Coach, and Saika is what I would expect. For Team Turkey, probably going to be like maybe Heyroni dropping out in favor of Eddies.
Yeah, I think it's a decent shout. Work out for this more alt-star pick.
Yeah, this map is pretty unforgiving in terms of this patterning. I would not expect to see a lot of FCs on this. Although Team Italy did really pop off on this in their other match, so it's definitely feasible. We could see some really good scores come out from Team Sweden here. And Scylla actually going to be the one coming in for Team Sweden instead of Saika.
A bit of a change then. So Sala's played earlier in this match. A decent run so far, I believe.
Yeah, he performed really well. Yeah, the air raid. He did really well on Hidden too. And this isn't also like, it's not a very mechanics-based map. Reading really important here, so it's expected to see him come in. And it looks like these are going to be the rosters for both teams.
Yep, Edisberg joining in once again for this one. I wonder if anyone's going to single tap it. The VPN is quite friendly for single tap heavy players.
I think that the only player that I would have expected to see single tap this is Andros, and he is not playing this map for Team Sweden. I don't think that most of them are really, really like fast single tappers, but we will find out. Maybe Eggman actually. Not too sure. Like he is really good at mechanics, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him single tapping this.
We'll soon see. I mean, if people keep their warms, a bit of a delay getting this started. People trying to sort out the teams in the room, but
yeah,
looks like this is the 4.
This is a pretty long map as well, so even if we see some early breaks, not going to matter too much. The only time breaks like this matter is if you're FCing and you get a bit more towards the middle. Because once that happens, your score is just going to be absolutely tanked, even if you SS the rest of the map. All right, let's see. Any single tappers?
Looking at it, not seeing any, I don't think. Nope, it's a full room of alternators, so balance is restored, I suppose.
Yeah. Kind of expected, honestly.
Yeah,
Single
exactly.
tapping is pretty risky on a map like this. Like if you're not even like if you even lose a tiny bit of confidence in your tapping, like you can totally like chain miss. Speaking of missing, Blue with a very early combo drop. Well, like I said, should not matter just yet.
Yeah, some of the harder parts are to come though. Although this map generally has points you can drop a note on throughout it. The key are definitely where the harder parts are.
Yeah. Oh, Eggman and Raiko both dropping their FCs. That does matter a little bit more as the combo is starting to increase on both teams.
Yeah, a bit of a scary start here for Turkey, gotta be said, as we get into this first Ki, and the map picks up, it's 3 FCs to 1.
Yeah, hey Roni really has to put the team on his back here if they want to be able to take the score lead back. Like as we get a bit later into the map, Sweden's score gap is going to start to just shoot up. Usilla does drop his FC, but Coach and Reedcat still holding 99% FCs, so it is not going to matter as much just yet.
Yeah, still quite cozy here for Sweden. Map slowing down a little bit to try and rack up some of that advantage, but oh, that's unlucky from Coach.
Oh,
Hang on.
Coach, that's tough. Okay,
That is
well,
rough, actually.
it is
Never
actually, yeah, Turkey is actually going to start to bring the score lead back just a little bit, because Heyroni is FCing an Eggman and Raiko, no longer Raiko, but still Eggman and Heyroni still, like, building up their combo. If we see a break from, like, Reedcat or Scylla, this is really come back for Team Turkey.
They're going to slowly reel in Sweden here, but another hard section they have to get through. They have to survive it, otherwise they're in a bad spot.
And Heyroni is also, the shake is really coming out here. I think he knows now that he is carrying his team. I would not be surprised to see him break here. Oh, and he holds!
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh, and he does not. Oh, that's so tough. Unfortunate stuff there. And Reedcat still holding his FC. This is now, his score is about to rocket up, provided that he does not break here. And since Coach and Blue are now building up their supporting combo yet again, both with about 400 to 500 combo, this is gonna go pretty far in favor of Team Sweden, especially because this is pretty free combo here in relation to the rest of the map.
Yes, on Reedcat's back, and he shouldn't have any problems dealing with this pressure.
Yeah.
Coach, yeah, big enough as captain there with that 9.
Yeah, with Eddie's being the only combo over 500 currently for Team Turkey, this is just over. Team Sweden is going to take this very comfortably with about a 400,000 to 500,000 score gap. Is Reedcat gonna FC this? I can see he's shaking a tiny bit. It's possible he misses, but I think he's gonna pull this out here for his team.
Absolutely massive, so important on this map, especially when Turkey were really bringing this one back. Yeah, there we go.
Reedcat with the FC, 99%, very impressive score from him. Their whole team actually put up some pretty impressive scores. 600k on a map like this, both comboing just about half the map. Team Turkey was not looking as good on this as I would have expected. So Team Sweden's consistency still proving to be just a bit better than Team Turkey at the moment.
It was competitive for the first half, though. Just unfortunate that, yeah, the FC's dropped in the middle there, and Sweden can just run it back with their higher experience, I suppose, in the situation. But yeah, unfortunate for them. They do have this pick, though, to make something happen, but now the pool is starting to thin a bit.
Yeah, they're definitely going to start to feel the pressure now. They really need to have proper picks. I honestly am not sure what you would pick into Team Sweden right now.
Yeah,
Maybe
they
something
tried sort of the speed and didn't work too well, but DT has not been touched. Maybe they should take a shot in the dark here.
Yeah, I was gonna say DT1 might not be that bad of a pick. It is the most aimy pick of the DTs remaining. I don't think they would win on DT2. Like, they wouldn't win on a mechanics map, so Like, since it's a bit more aiming, because they did win Nomad 1, that seems to be the best potential option, in my opinion. Because Nomad 5 would just be super risky. I guess Nomad 4, maybe a little RNG.
They seem to be really mind gaming Hard Rock 2, Sweden, but Turkey won't take the bait.
Yeah, they do not. They go with free mod 1. Interesting decision. This is a lower AR pick, so like you said, overmod very possible for both teams here. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see like a 3-way Hard Rock even for Team Sweden.
Yes, it's a map that's ripe for throwing a lot of Hard Rock mods on. We have seen a double hidden before, but I think that's rather unlikely in this matchup anyway.
Yeah, I would not expect that. What I would expect is to see potentially a Reed Cat Hard Rock, potentially a Coach hidden, and then but Reed Cat actually leaving. Reed Cat not gonna be playing this, or never mind. I think Blue is gonna be leaving, and then Reed Cat's gonna rejoin. I wind up playing this. He'll probably play Hard Rock. Either Coach or Psycho will play hidden, and then either Coach Psycho and Scylla Nomad potentially, because I know Scylla is pretty good at air raid. And then for Team Turkey, I just have no clue.
Well, you know, they did play okay, and it was a fairly close one on the AR8 to open things up. I imagine you should see a similar lineup, possibly with someone coming in for the Hard Rock.
Yeah, that's
a similar lineup for that.
Oh, I think this is actually going to be the roster for Team Turkey. It's going to be Kemsit, Hironi, Raiko, and Shadow.
So I guess compared to the AR8, we're seeing Raiko instead of Eggman, unless the swapping. Kanzaki?
Kanzaki actually coming in.
Yeah. We'll see how the mods sit for this CS5 AR8.3. So, of course, Hard Rock small circles, hidden, dealing with a low approach rate.
Let's see if my mod predictions for Sweden are correct. I'm just not sure what mods Turkey is going to take here.
I'm about to find out. And it better be right, because they're fighting for their lives here. Match point for Sweden.
We do see Reed Cat Hard Rock. I was wrong. Scylla is the one to take hidden. Coach and Psycho both taking no mod. That's pretty smart.
Turkey, though,
and we do see, Turkey with that overmod, Kanzaki and Shadow with the Hard Rocks, and then Kemsit with the hidden. Hironi taking no mod, probably going to be their person they're banking on an FC from. Oh, and Psycho with that early break. This is a really short map, so every break really does matter here. Especially since Psycho is a no-mod. That's actually pretty important if he breaks at all. Ooh, but Kemsit with the hidden does find a miss in the first quarter of the map.
Yeah, that's the hidden. Hard Rock's holding well, although there was an early miss. And another one for Kanzaki there. Sweden holding on much better, it seems, at this point with their 3 FCs to 1.
Oh, and Hironi does drop, yeah. Hironi does drop his FC. Shadow now, the only FC for Team Turkey. Hironi just not able to hold a combo together.
It's just Shadow, a Hard Rock player, doing as well as he can. But this one is getting away from Turkey. Another free mod pick. Played really well here by Sweden.
Yeah, Saga is having a little bit of trouble comboing, but it just does not matter. As before, both mod players putting on a pretty good show right now. And Coach able to back it up with his 99% no mod FC. Really impressive stuff right now. And Kentucky does break. Damn, Shadow still holding though. Let's see if we can pull out the FC here, although unfortunately I do think this is pretty decided in favor of Team Sweden.
Well, there goes the hidden player for Sweden, but Reed Cat holding and Coach doing so as well. That should just about lock it out. Sweden certainly going to survive this one.
Coach shaking a little bit, but I do think he's going to be able to pull out the FC here. just like that. Sweden.
Done.
Yeah, that is going to be it. Shadow does have seat with Hard Rock, and actually a pretty impressive score from him.
It is. This map's quite nasty on the Hard Rock for any of the mod players. So well played by Shadower. He can end his tournament in great style, but unfortunately, it will be the end for Turkey this year.
Yeah, and just an unfortunate bracket for them. But still, congratulations to Sweden. Reedcat and Coach both performing out of their mind on that last pick. 2 FCs there. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, solid runs on some of these maps, especially the free mod picks. Sweden looking really strong on free mod. They can bring that into next week's games now that they've made it. Well played.
Yeah, we can definitely expect to see them doing well on free mod in the future of this tournament. But yeah, congratulations to Team Sweden. Unfortunate for Team Turkey, but it was a very hard-fought match. They really didn't perform badly. Just Sweden looking really, really good on a pool this early.
Yeah, Sweden last week, they were disappointed with how the game went against Indonesia. They had some issues there with consistency, but looking much better this week. So a nice mental boost for them going into the next games, because they are definitely a team that have the roster to do some damage in this tournament, and they can have a good run, I feel. They have the players for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with that is actually the last match of this weekend. We are finished with matches. We're going to be moving into quarterfinals next week. A lot of very hotly contested matches. Canada versus Hong Kong, China versus Japan, both going to be very, very hotly contested. Yeah, both with some pretty impressive upsets last week, or this past weekend. And we also have Korea versus Germany. That one's going to be really interesting because there are so many new players from both teams. And USA versus Brazil. Surely to be a spectacle to see.
Yeah, the losers bracket is looking very stacked.
Yeah, that is also true. We have Russia versus Malaysia. I can't believe Russia is in losers bracket. That is crazy to me. So early in the tournament versus Malaysia, who were able to pull out a crazy victory against Norway. Definitely not set to be. That was not set to happen on paper, I don't think. We do also have France versus Sweden. That's a crazy losers bracket match.
That's going to be a fantastic game.
Yeah, and then Taiwan versus Chile as well, going to be looking pretty good. Chile looking much stronger than they have in past years, so that's sure to be an interesting one.
And the second half of that as well, we have the UK facing the Philippines. It was a surprise to see Philippines take down the Netherlands, a very established team, but they're against my team now, so we're going to have to see how it goes. We're definitely taking them seriously after that.
Yeah, I
That's
would.
a big result for Philippines.
Yeah, such a definitive victory as well. Really surprising, especially because Netherlands is known to have a pretty solid tournament community, like just within their country. And then we do have Romania versus Singapore as well. Is sure to be a really interesting match, along with Australia versus Italy. A bit surprising, I would say, to see Australia in losers bracket so early as well. They were definitely seeded to be one of the top teams this year, but just an unfortunate loss on the lower stage consistency pools.
Yeah, well, they did bump into Brazil, who always do very well, especially up to like the quarterfinals. So it's not too much of a surprise to see them go down to Brazil, but nevertheless, it's such a big team down there so early is a scary prospect.
Yeah, that is definitely true. But I think with that, we are going to be taking a very, very short break because in just about 10 minutes, we're going to be having the map pool showcase for quarterfinals, which is going to be hosted by, I believe, Kano, Azer, and OMG4s. I believe that is correct.
I think so, yeah. We're going to be having some cool people on cast for that, showing off the next set of maps. So
yeah, sure to be some bangers, some solid stuff for the competition to be practicing. But yeah, I think with that, we will be back in about 10 minutes with those commentators. Don't go away. Hope to see you then. I will see you soon. Thank you, Doomsday, for joining me on such short notice as well.
Yeah, I had to sneak in after this one guy had some unfortunate internet issues, but it was a lot of fun. So thanks for letting me help out here.
No worries. All right. See y'all in about 10 minutes. Take care.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's time for another map pool showcase, and it is quite a spicy one this time. We've got a couple more guests. Of course, I'm always joined by OMG4 as the head pooler for the tournament, or one of the head poolers. How's it going, Matt?
Hey there, I'm fine, and well, I'm still fine. It will probably change over the next few weeks because of stress, but you know what? For now, I'm still alive and I'm happy.
Sounds good. We're also joined by Half Slash. How's it going?
Hey man, how you doing?
Pretty good. Just woke up. I think it's the same for you, but let's get through this. And
Yeah.
Of course, we also have another guest, Doomsday, here for the showcase, man. How's it going?
Hello. I'm doing good. Got myself a fresh coffee, ready to go.
Oh, same. Actually, it's so nice to have this early on.
Yeah,
anyway,
I'm hugging it right now, trying to keep warm. It's chilly, man.
Yeah, it's time for the quarterfinals now. But before we actually get into the showcase, let's just quickly touch about how absolutely insane some of the rounds, like some of the matches played in round of 16 were. But like the amount of upsets we had, I think is probably the most ever in one round. Like just looking at it from like a seeding perspective, I think there was 8 upsets this round. Sorry, did I say 8? I meant 9.
Seeding means nothing, clearly, considering how this week has gone. It's quite incredible, some of the results you've had.
I think
Like, just looking at a few, got to pick one out. I don't know. We can look at, say, for example, you saw Germany and Indonesia go all the way 5-4, but that probably isn't even the most shocking result of the week. Norway going out at the hands of Malaysia is a massive one as well, in my opinion.
yeah, that is that's really weird. I mean,
What
I
a
think that just
shame!
speaks
Oh
to-
my, what a shame! Yolkspy can suddenly find replays for me. Oh no!
Of course, this guy's happy.
Yeah, I am
boy,
happy.
all of a sudden,
thank
the hidden plays are not going to be so hard to guess. Wow.
you. Who could do these hidden plays? Who knows?
I think most notably, I think China winning over Poland and Japan sweeping Russia was something that I think very little to any people expected. I think in pick'ems, China had like a 4% pick rate or something. Like that is so low. That is just like technically the biggest upset in terms of pick'em percentages, like in history. I think it's crazy.
It's with the way the teams have been built this year. It's so hard to call. You can look at, let's say, a team like Poland with all their superstars, and be like, oh yeah, they're just going to steamroll until grand finals. But here's the thing: they face China, and China are full of so many tournament veterans at this point that the experience won over, and all of a sudden the scoreline is flipped to what you would have thought. Quite incredible.
So
Like, wow, China-Poland was quite ridiculous.
Next week we'll be seeing a couple interesting winners bracket matches. I think United States Brazil. It's going to be Germany South Korea
Oh,
in
boy.
quarterfinals.
Oh boy, that's gonna be a match.
And as for Canada, we're just stuck on the Asian side of the bracket, I guess, with Hong Kong, China, and Japan. It's gonna be pretty interesting. But even then, like if you look at some of the teams in losers, like Russia, Poland, France, Taiwan, Chile, UK, Indonesia, Australia, Romania are all in losers. What is that?
Don't like the look of that losers bracket, mate. Oh my gosh, the UK is going to face some tough opponents, at least as we go on. I'm looking forward to it though, but that's scary right now.
I mean, I'm looking forward to Canada being top 3 just because your bracket so far looks pretty decent if you compare it to the other side, where, for example, if Germany wants to ever get top 3, I mean, good luck. Even if you get into losers bracket, you just play against the other side of the bracket, it's still pretty hard. I mean,
I think if you're on the top side of the bracket initially and you drop to losers, you probably have an easier side than if it was the other way around. I don't know.
You got to get through the toughest stage though. You have to get the style points. You know,
True.
imagine that Germany
true.
going through Korea, US, maybe, or Brazil, or Canada, or Japan, or China, then get to the final and face off against, I don't know, the UK.
It would always be good to see, like always the very long runs. But yeah, I think that's all we're gonna mention about the brackets real quick. Let's now get on to the map pool showcase. A bit of a map pool size upgrade, I believe. We're finally seeing some Nomad 6 and a 4th TT pick, right?
yep. We increase every single mod bracket by 1, and that's essentially normalized consistently.
Alright, well there it is. It's Nomad 1. My first story, Shunin Requiem, my Skyflame.
Yeah, this is the Nomad 1, which shouldn't surprise anyone that it is jump focused. At this point, you should probably get the memo that Nomad 1 is jump focused. It has an OD 9.4, so it's not completely free to FC, so it's not just a bunch of 100 scores in the lobby. I mean, it will just be a bunch of 100 scores, but you know what? I'll take it. Yeah, it is Skyflame, so you know it is very comfortable. The jumps are very comfortable. It is kind of the base difficulty line of the pool. Nomad 1 is usually the things we base off the entire difficulty off of. So yeah, this one's kind of setting the tone for the stage. 200 BPM and consistently difficult across the board.
Even though it is, heavily jump focused, the the OD 9.4 can still cause the odd slip in terms of act, just slightly early or slightly late. So yeah, I mean, I think we'll still see good act on it across the board though, from especially the higher seeded teams.
I think that's something I wanted to bring up actually, like the round of 16 Nomad 1. I don't remember offhand what OD was on that, but the amount of like 100 or 100 scores we've seen on that is probably too much. So I think a higher OD definitely makes it a little bit more interesting to me personally.
Oh yeah, one thing I actually forgot to say is that this is the first custom map and also not the last one for this pool. Skyflame obviously mapped this one, and I think he's done a wonderful job here.
Yeah, Skyflame, if he's been doing a lot of custom maps, especially for the Nomad ones. Not many mappers are comfortable mapping with such high difficulty ranges for this sort of style. So, it's kind of a blessing in disguise there. The thing about the OD, actually, though, I remember me and Fours were having a conversation about wanting more OD10 maps that were, like, base. Like, what about that, Fours?
So, sorry, come again? I was currently busy
OD10 maps? Isn't that on your wish list?
OD10 maps? I mean, that's essentially Hardrock 1, isn't it? I'm not getting rid of the Hardrock mod bracket yet for OD10. But, I mean, might be the future of custom mapping, who knows, but we at least have the option to go for high ODs. Probably OD10 could work for this, now that I think about it, but it would just overlap a bit too much with Hardrock 1.
Or at least ODs on these custom maps can work on the right map types.
Make Nomad 6 OD10, thank you.
No. If you want this Nomad 6 to be OD10, then you're in a world for hurt. You're in for trouble there.
Hey, look, I'm just saying, CXU ranked a map that's, I think it's like AR 8.5 OD10, right?
Oh, yeah,
it's like 130 BPM marathon X encounter, I think that was the name of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, act challenge.
That is very cool, but I don't think people are ready for that one on DT for OD11. I mean, it's a cool idea, but that's pretty insane.
No, that's a Nomad 6, man. That's not OD10. Or rather, that's not on DT, that's for sure.
I mean, I've seen plenty of DT scores on the map.
Yeah, it's pretty slow also.
Okay, you're right.
Alright, so that's Nomad 1. It looks like Nomad 1.
It feels like a Nomad 1, it sounds like a Nomad 1.
I kind of feel bad for the Nomad 1 mappers sometimes because there's just not much to talk about.
No.
Right.
Skyflame loves this. He
Perfect.
Like, Skyflame just goes in. He's like, you want me to map big anime jumps? Put me in, coach! So that's kind of what's going on here.
And you know what? It's actually a good sign that you can't talk a lot about the Nomad 1, because if you could, then it's not a Nomad 1.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Now moving on now to Nomad 2, which should hopefully present more conversation. It's going to be a map by Frenzy, Hune Soulwind.
Yeah, so this is the second custom map. This is also featured artist. A map by friends. This is the Nomad 2 snort, which means usually a stream map, and this one is a stream map. 200 BPM, a lot more stamina intense than last week's map. It also has a respectable amount of aim, which you definitely need to pay attention to a little bit. Well, generally the main difficulty of this is the stamina and the stream aim here. Just very spaced streams you have to follow, and if you don't have the stamina, you're gonna be in a world for hurt. There's OD 9.2, so you better have 200 BPM mastery if you want to get good accuracy on this one. And yeah, I think it's actually one of the harder maps in the pool. So as you can see, it's 6.69 star rating, nice. Slightly below
Nice.
Nomad 1. But yeah, this one's built up in 2 KIs in the beginning. Pretty much the same difficulty, and then there's the last KI, which is essentially a longer KI, so it definitely feels harder there. And there's a slightly higher spacing.
Well, BPM's knocking more on the range that can actually test stamina, because the last map was at 190, so it was more of an aim test. This one can push stamina a little bit more for your 4th player, I suppose, for many of the teams. But I can still see a lot of teams fielding a strong 4 for something like this.
This is definitely pretty heavy on the aim. Like, some of the jumps between these, even like medium length streams are kind of insane. But I guess that's just like Nomad 2 in general. I recognize this song. I'm wondering where you got this from, Forrest, but anyways, that aside, right? Like,
I've
this
got it from the
definitely-
FA listing, come on.
Oh, yeah? I don't. I'm pretty sure this one isn't on the FA listing. What are you gonna do then?
I will neither confirm nor deny that allegation.
Okay, all right. I'll stop giving you a hard time on that one. Hopefully people don't have PTSD from hearing this song elsewhere. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
However, this is definitely a lot more standard as a stamina test. The streams here are pretty simple. There are some turns, but they're low in frequency, so you shouldn't have too many issues aiming this. Just kind of, as long as you can maintain stamina, you should be able to aim this. That's what I think.
Yeah, the constant change in spacing, though, can be a little bit tricky. So, you know, the variable acceleration speed changes can cause the odd slip here and there, which we didn't really see much of in the last stream map. That was more sort of Route 1 with its spacing changes, I suppose.
I'd
Yeah,
say
I would-
compared to the last one, it was actually a this is actually a reasonable step up if you go in the aim department. Stamina did go up, but so did aim with this one. But the other one was an aim step from the last Nomad 2, so I could definitely see that progression.
You can see a few jumps here, but they're all really comfortable. So if you miss on them, you might just not be decent at aiming, let's put it that way. Because if you miss here, you probably miss on the big spacing streams, to be honest.
All right. I think the next one is something that Forz has been warning me about. Here comes the alt pick by Tenjin Kotone, mapped by Tallulah. It's going to be Who Are You, Nante Iwanaide.
So I have sinned. I apologize.
It was only a matter of time, man.
It was a matter of time when you get 70 mappers. Chances are one of them gets you a VTuber song is gonna increase just that slightly bit more. And by slightly I mean a lot, right? A metric ton more. Alright, so this one's a alternate map by Tallulah, which actually has a funny backstory. I was trying to get him to do the alternate map for finals, and we tried stuff out. It didn't really work. This was one of the songs he just suggested for the finals map pool, but we didn't really find something that worked out, and he just kind of finished this one while we were looking for other songs. And I was like, hey, we could actually use this for quarterfinals. So I did. I mean, that's essentially the backstory for this one. The alternate map, it's 3 minutes, it's 150 BPM, focuses kind of Tallulah's normal alternate style here. It's not the Konoyubi Tomare map where you just go insane griddle with the alternate patterns. But, you know, it has the aim aspect in the kick sliders you can see. Like, just going from kickslider to kickslider is a decent aim level here, and the 1/4 notes generally being decently spaced.
What is that diff name, man? Oh my gosh.
Look, I mean,
Yeah,
hey,
talk
this
about
is a VTuber artist, so...
Yeah.
It is.
But yeah, this map seems to be, I mean, in terms of the actual spacing, it seems like it's a fairly comfortable flow for an alt map, just at a much higher tempo than the last one. Quite a big bump in the BPM there.
I think compared to the last one, this is a lot more difficulty consistent, so that addresses at least some concerns that players had with the previous one. There's just a lot more, you know, of this higher spacing action where you could potentially see misses. So that's always good to see that the difficulty balance has improved.
Alright, there was actually a thing in the last one. Good that you, sorry for interrupting you, but good that you're mentioning this one. In the PKK map, we tried to buff the patterns because it was generally too easy. This one also ended up being too easy, but instead of buffing the patterns, which we tried, didn't really work out because the song doesn't really give you a lot to work with. we went for the CS 4.2 change, which is the only change of like abusing CS buffing of a map in this pool. We don't want to do that too much because we don't want Nomad to be CS 4.5 on every map.
You know, that could have really slipped by all of us pretty much. Like, CS 4.2 is actually pretty standard among mappers these days. They just love that extra, that just the slight smaller circle. I don't get it. I really don't get it. You can
It's an
explain
aesthetic
it.
thing.
I don't get it. But anyways, yeah. For this one, all I have to say is, can I get a Captain 1 Spartan in the chat? Because they are also VTuber fans. They love seeing this, so.
No VTuber fans here.
Yeah,
Hello.
not here, but those are the VTuber fans. You know, the thing is, I always find that they find each other, so I may as well make it easy.
Fair enough. Let's now move on to the Nomad Tech map by Nyarko. It's going to be Ashraunt Bleary Vagari?
I have no clue. Larry Vagary? I have actually no clue, to be honest. It's a tech map, and it is definitely a tech map. It's I would say a lot more standard than the last two rounds, which focused on, I guess round 32 focused a bit more on the slider stream aspect. Round of 16 had these doubles, and only the doubles really has difficulty. This one is a bit more 1/4 heavy, but has its V changes and has just, you know, tough streams all around. And that's something you can look forward to. It is 2 minutes, so pretty short, but also spicy. The star rating is slightly higher than you would expect. That's just because this speed strain of these 1/4 streams here just add a lot of just star rating here. If you, for example, don't have the long streams in it. But yeah, you do see the first half is mostly full of SV changes and some of the snaps here and the streams, and then the second half is just pure on streams. Stuff you have to look out for and properly aim. And there's a middle part which we actually had a lot of discussion about, which has a 16 note 1/8 slider stream, but it is 1/8 in the song, but we try to accommodate that for tournaments by starting it with 1/8 slider stream notes, and then the rest is normal 1/4 notes. So you kind of get used to the 1/8 sound in the song, and then I actually have the ease up of the 1/4 notes, so you don't have like a 16 note long slider stream which just kills you.
It looks very snappy. Some of these kick sliders into the 1/4 streams look like they require some pretty fierce snapping to manage these directional changes. I guess it's as expected for a quarterfinals tech map, right?
Okay, this gets hard.
Yeah. So these variable streams. It just seems like a very snappy map, even with those linear aims, just so many directional changes.
These are the kind of streams I love to see, with all of these, like, how they turn so often and overlap and spacing changes. Ooh, love it!
Yeah.
That seems pretty good, honestly.
It should
Now,
be more akin to stuff which you are used to.
Yeah, let's now get into Nomad 5 again by ZelQ. 1000 Leaves Temptation, clocking it at 235 BPM.
So this is the speed map of the Nomad pool here, and it's a replay by yours truly. Old Man Force had to farm some replays today, just so I get more playtesting in, and I mean there were some replays open, so I had to.
Don't
So,
lose
yeah.
yourself. This is a warm-up for you.
Yeah, it's a war, true. Yeah. But this song's really cool. Zelk made a fantastic job here. It's a speed map, 235 BPM with a lot of bursts and decent aim patterns here. So it's a mix of a little bit of aim and speed, while Double Time mostly focuses on either aim or speed. This is kind of the combination of both. So if you're a speed-heavy team, you probably will focus on the Nomad 5 for the mix of both, and probably DT1, DT3, and then probably DT2 for the stream. But yeah, I think that's about it. There's a few 1/3 notes here, but we try to get some repeat sliders before the 1/3 part, so you kind of get eased into it before just getting a bunch of 100s. But yeah, that's about it.
Definitely a
This actually really
speed map.
reminds me of a QB map of Toho song. It was 240 BPM streamy. The name escapes me. It's a long Japanese
Freezing
name. but it-
Tempest,
Yoto
is it?
Gibanashi. That was
That's
the one.
the
It was
one.
the Liku song, or yeah.
Yeah.
So there's
I
that.
feel like I've heard the song before.
It seems like you guys went for another, like a 5 BPM step. I think that's pretty common. You went 225 in round of 32. You went to 230 last round. Now you're at 235. You're getting this pretty precise, right? And this is definitely a speed check. I don't see very much aim here, except pretty much out of sliders, but those are easy anyway. And it's just all about the stamina, like just like the pure bursting. I think speed players are gonna love this one.
Yeah, actually, the BPM steps weren't on purpose because this map was originally for round of 16, but it ended up being proper fit for quarterfinals, and since quarterfinals kind of, I don't know, something happened, so we just kind of filled it up with quarterfinals and found someone else for the round of 16. But we just try to fill in Nomad 5 for what is missing from double time.
Right, I can see some dodgy slider breaks coming out of this one with those repeats on the end of the streams.
This looks like so much fun.
Next round?
You know what? That might actually be the case. I'm not sure. I actually don't know.
If you get to if you do 241 or 242, you're fired. But 240, you're gonna be perfect. Yeah, this is really nice. I gotta say.
Yeah, if you're a speed player, this is gonna be so much fun. This is great. I love it.
Yeah, this is going to be a really popular one, I think. You're going to see this a lot next week.
For sure, yeah. All right, let's now get into the first Nomad 6 of the tournament by Devious Panda. It's going to be Piano X Forte by Oster Project. Let's see this.
This is great. So this is Nomad 6 is from now on dubbed the rhythm slot for the rest of the tournament.
Yes.
So Nomad 6 will focus on rhythm. And this one focuses on the 140 BPM streams into 1.8. You can see there, instantly going into the 1.8. And Panda's done a great job here on focusing less on the snappiness of the so you don't need a lot of aim control. You focus more on the rhythm and just on the tapping hand here. So most of these patterns flow pretty well into each other. Sometimes there's obviously a bit harsher patterns and snaps, but this is all about the rhythm and your tapping hand here.
Yeah, looking really fierce on that. Just having those 1-4 streams go into the 1/6s or 1/3s and those weird snaps. Anyone finger mashing there is going to just break. It's super important to keep your control here.
There's no 1/6 and 1/1 It's only 1/4 into 1/8, nothing else. By the way.
Ah, okay. So yeah, 1/4 to 1/8 then. Saw that and I wasn't sure, but yeah.
Yeah, this pick is kind of like a love letter to me especially, because it's like you got the flow aim, you've got the finger control, you've got the like various snap changes. This is it, and you even got some sharp angles in there just to keep things exciting. It's pretty cool. Panda seems to have done a pretty good job with this. We've seen his name quite a lot in these pools actually. 2 of his maps from last week, for example. So interesting to see him show up again. This kind of does suit him if you looked at his precision pick last week. So.
Oh, yeah, that was actually 1/3. I lied. There's actually 1/3 there. My bad.
The voider. The point still applies though. I mean, if you have those rhythm changes on their own, they're not that bad to deal with, and you can cheese them. But in this form, it's a nasty one to cheese, especially in a map that's quite long. Over 3 minutes of this, so you can't just cheese it all and expect to get away with just comboing this thing with like 94 or something. I'm sure some people still will, but it's a risky play to do.
What do you think the average act on this is going to be?
You know what? I actually had really good experience with this map. 95 or 96 FCs are pretty probable here.
Still pretty low in comparison to the rest of the
yeah,
pool.
True.
I'm betting on 94. Can we do a pick'ems for accuracy on this map? Like 94 for me.
You know, this map actually had a lot of internal discussion about the difficulty because I played and I just found it way too easy. And when other people were saying, no, this is really hard, let's nerf it, I'm like, well, I want to buff it. We had a really, this one was really weird because it really came down to what type of player you are and if you have experience with this type of thing. So it used to be CS 3.8 actually, and we got it up to CS4 because I definitely wanted to be buffed a little bit because it was too easy for me. But yeah, this should be either just right for people or slightly in the harder side.
I mean, you know, it does combine both flow aim and rhythm changes, so that does make it kind of hard to evaluate. If you're not good at one or the other, you're going to struggle really hard. This is where the true well-rounders, you know, get to show off their stuff.
All right, moving on to the hidden now with the first pick from Isomir D'Angelo. It's going to be Paradiso Inferno by Yosuke Koku.
This is one of my favorite maps in the entire tournament, to be honest. We just got him on. He just kind of pulled this one out of his buttocks, and it's great. This is so good. This is pattern aim and streams on hidden.
Oh, this is so much fun already.
Just look at this. This is one of my favorite maps in the pool. Like, I'm sorry for the VTuber, but you know what? Sometimes you have to give, and sometimes you have to take. And this one's one where we're really just giving out. This is Christmas. This right here is Christmas.
Quite high OD as well. Not massively high, it's still below 9, but could still play a factor in a map like this, for sure.
All right, well, we know you love pattern aim by now, Forz. This definitely aims to please in that regard. There's a lot of stuff that we're seeing, squares, you've got some of these older jumps I don't recall seeing in many maps recently, but things like Gabby's Heavenly Moon, like the end jumps there, I think I saw that a few times. The squares don't lead into each other in nice sharp angle ways like you'd want them to, which I always love for the aim challenges. So, and then you've got cross screen linears. Like this is pattern aim the map. So it's got a couple streams too. So just to keep you a little active.
Yeah,
This doesn't really feel like the sort of map that you just see made willy-nilly in ranks. It's like I say, it's the very specific focus of it. Actually, it looks very different to your usual aim map. I like it actually.
I think you would see this a lot in older times, right? Like if this is like what you'd see for a hard map getting ranked in like 2012, roughly.
Yeah.
And then I think if you go, but nowadays, no way. This is like a forgotten art. There's like one mapper I know off the top of my head that actually continues to map in this style. So very popular though. So gotta pick that up.
Yeah, by the way, this is also a custom map by Isomir D'Angelo, and the last one, the Deepest Pen, was also a custom map. So far, I think we've only really had custom maps. Maybe not really normal the alternate map, because it's a weird limbo state.
Just don't claim that as custom. I know you don't like the song, so just don't claim it. You say, yeah, this was just we didn't want this song, but we found the map a year ago and it was too good. We had to put it in. You can just claim it like that.
Come on, that was not my intention. I mean, it was because of the circumstances, but I'll take it.
Hey, look. I'm just saying. People don't know. People don't know. Actually, they'll look at the. Actually, wait, no, yeah, they'll get deceived by the upload dates. It's perfect.
And this definitely looks to be a fun one, though. I can see this being played a lot.
I can see it being banned a few times as well, depending on the matchup. Because it's not quite your comfy hidden aim map. Even with the AR, 9.2. Actually, 9.2 is like bang average, really. Not too high, not too low.
Don't forget, this is 170 BPM, so 9.2 and 170 BPM isn't that much of density, really.
That's true,
that's
actually.
average.
Yeah, good point. It's quite slow.
Yeah. All right. Hazel, please take it away.
Okay, well, here's another map by Fortovnik. Always nice to see him. It's going to be Hitori no Yuri by Pornograffiti. What a good artist.
And talking more about one of my favorite maps, this is another one of my favorite maps. This one, I just...
Oh my god, it's this song.
The skin.
Yeah.
Oh, yes!
This is an old style approach at 8 map. Just look at this. The song is all about old style. It's the skin, it's the song, it's the way the patterns are chosen. I mean, I've got Fortovnik in it. This was the initial reason why I got Fortovnik in, and he did such a wonderful job on this map that I just could not have him again on another map, because he puts a lot of thought. But look at this. Just look at it. You give me this song and you expect me not to use him again? I'm like, no. I want to put Fortovnik for the rest of the tournament. This is great. This is exactly the old style simulation you would expect out of a modern map. And it is consistently difficult. It's mostly aim focused. Look at the really big sliders here. I think a lot of people are gonna have fun with this one.
This looks fantastic. I love it already.
I'm getting nostalgic just looking at this. Oh, man. Wow.
Beg that it doesn't get a heavy ban rate. I mean, we haven't seen such a high AR8 ban rate, so I have hope. But this definitely looks like a sort of neo-classic map. Looks old, but not quite fully 2010 ancient. It's got that style, though.
So this does serve as a contrast between some of the AR8s from the previous rounds. Where the AR8s from the previous rounds had a lot of stream focus, this one is a lot more about the wide-angle aim that kind of comes out of nowhere, much like you'd expect if you played maps of this era. So it's a lot more in line with what you might expect from an AR8 if you're typically used to playing them compared to some of the streamier things of the previous rounds. But as a result, it is a different skill set. The other ones, I'd say, were a lot more favored towards hidden stream players. This one, not so much. So I hope, I really want to see this though. This map, this is amazing.
It doesn't seem too bad to like read the rhythms on this map. That seems fairly straightforward. It's just the actual mechanics of aiming and snapping to this AR8 with the spacing really seems to be the main point of difficulty with this. But not necessarily that bad to read, with the exception of those perfect stacks, which could be a problem.
Yeah, I really want to see what the hidden 3 is gonna be about then. Now, because
You
it's
know-
like you've got awkward aim with some space dish
Halfie.
streams for the first, and yeah.
Halfie, Omchiefos gives and Omchiefos takes. I apologize. So we had 2 bangers, and now we have another VTuber song here. You wanna
It's the
take it away,
same
Ethan?
one too.
Oh, it is? Oh my god, you could have warned us, man.
I tried. But yeah, this one's Cotone Black Joke. I think it's Black Joker, but you know, I don't know anything about VTubers, so I might be wrong. This
Look.
one's a rhythm map. It's 1/3 swing rhythm on 216 BPM, so that's around 140 or something. Yeah, that's essentially it. It's a 1/3 swing rhythm. A rhythm you don't really expect to see a lot in a tournament, especially because usually when you see 1/3 swing rhythm, they're just never tournament viable. Maybe on a DT pool, but then there's other things to really go for. But yeah, this is throughout 1/3 rhythm.
All right, this
Yeah.
is good.
Well,
I take back my
I'll-
initial judgment.
Yeah, all right. The map is really cool, but look, I'm just saying, Fours, at this point we have to attach that Nomad 3's diff name to you forever, right? Like, apparently this really is the best VTuber because they appear twice in the same pool, so you gotta live with that one.
Alright, listen here. It's not just my fault, it's also Kano's fault because he wasn't present to prevent me from saying okay to this.
All right, no, that's perfect, right? Since Kano's not here, all of it's his fault. He's just a huge VTuber stan, right? He goes to the parties with Captain One, like Talua, right? Like they just celebrate a shrine to this VTuber, right? Can we say that?
Sure, but let's just ignore the VTubers and just look at the map and the skills that it represents. What do you think about that, Ace?
I mean, the map looks good. I'm gonna have fun playing this. Hopefully.
Maybe muted, but yeah, sure.
I mean, the song's okay.
Playing this one muted would be quite tricky.
I don't really
Yeah.
know I'm not really a VTuber guy either, so I don't know like the context to this.
To be fair,
It just sounds like
Cotone,
any other like Japanese song to me. So,
true.
you know, it's okay.
I mean, Cotone is, I think, one of the only VTubers. Like, I got all of these mappers in. I give them the option to suggest maps, songs, when we want to go for a specific skill set. And I think Cotone is probably the only VTuber I heard which didn't make me wanna say no immediately and bin the mapper. So that's good, I think. Like, Cotone sounds okay, I think. It could be a lot worse. Don't press me.
agree.
Don't
I'd
press me,
agree.
guys.
That's a VTuber apologist if I've ever heard one. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's fine. It's fine. As far as the actual skill set, like I do appreciate the kind of like this is kind of like a flow aim type deal with some finger control. Some even streams, which I really appreciate. It adds some nice balance with Hidden 1 and actually Hidden 2, just because it has a lot more of the finger focus. So cool on the BPM range. It's just nice to see this.
Yeah, I mean the map
This is
just
another one
looks
we're going
good.
to see some low Akon, but high combos possibly. But those squares, those 1-3 squares might be a bit of contention in terms of breaks.
Yeah, I'll give it some credit. This song is kind of good, actually.
Yeah.
So good job on the VTuber choice, I guess. I don't know. I'll take your word. If you say it could be a lot worse, but let's
damn,
not get
trust
into
me.
the hard rocks. Here's a map by Serizawa Haruki. I think
It's
the name change, right?
yeah, that's the mapset owner, but the actual mapper is gonna be Elchir
Elgatsu.
and Algatsu. It's a
Okay.
collab between two people. And yeah, this one's Hard Rock 1. You should probably know exactly what you can expect from this one. It is mostly focusing on the jumps. On this one, on Hard Rock. There you go. Solid throughout, consistently difficult, everything you should know. Also, no variable timings. Hopefully, I played this, it didn't feel wrong. Please don't kill me if I rage.
I thought timing was fine, to be honest, actually. Didn't have any problems with it last time, but maybe I'm just weird.
Look, I'm just saying, right? Alia, Honeyworks, they're cut from the same cloth. They're historically, like speaking, Honeyworks songs have had some bonkers timing things, but I have noticed that at least like with these Chico songs, it's not really the case. So hopefully we're not seeing that. The map is, by the way, is pretty standard, so not much to say there. But you know.
It does look pretty standard.
Yeah, very, very hard work one. I mean, we're gonna see it a lot. I guarantee it.
Yeah, this one is not
Certainly.
custom, by the way. Yeah, this is just taken from the unranked section. I think it's going for ranked or something. So if LBN wants to help out, I guess go for it. But don't touch this for a week, please, because we need this to stay as it is for the tournament matches. I mean, we did change a few things about it. I don't think there's any unranked maps we put in without changing anything about them. This usually changes in one way or another.
Yeah, I think something about this that's pretty interesting is actually that there's CS 4.2 on this one compared to the last week. So it's just like I mentioned, that trend has picked up pretty heavily among mappers where they just want to like raise the CS ever so slightly. So these kinds of things are organically produced, and they end up serving as decent step-ups between rounds for hard rock aim consistency. Because, well, these decimal CSs don't really fit well for precision because we need them to be much higher in that regard, but they do fit for the aim maps because it's not precision enough, but it still adds difficulty. So that's kind of, I'd say, a good spot for this sort of thing.
Yeah, also, thank you, Skill, for the replay. He forgot to input his name when he logged out, but he got a replay, so that's good enough.
This could be your replay. What do you mean? You're just gonna give Skill the credit for this?
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, true. That's mine. Like I get 60 on zero rate on every Harlock one every single try. Come on.
Yeah.
It's me.
Sounds like Forrest to me.
Exactly.
All right.
Seemed like a classic hard rock one, really. Spikes in the key eyes, a spike just before the final chorus.
Here's a banger. It's time for cross time.
Damn
Ooh, the
straight.
captain's extra diff. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the top diff because that one has some. I mean, it's pretty hard. I mean, top diff would never fit in qualifiers, let's be honest. But yeah, this is C6.5. This is a precision pick and focuses some snap aim here and low BPM streams and also a little bit of a pattern aim, which should be doable. Like, I don't think you should miss because of the pattern aim here. Like on some of these jumps, the jumps are pretty straightforward, I would say, because it's 160 BPM. You have enough time to go from node to node. There's the KI time and all these 1/4 snaps you can see right here. But yeah, it's low BPM C6.5.
Best song in the pool so far. Anyone
is
bans this, they're dead to me.
Yep.
Yeah, this one is definitely one of those songs that a lot of people know. Maybe not everyone now because we're just that far removed from 2008. But I know that this was a first for a lot of players in the audience. So, as far as the map itself, I don't know. Like it's actually kind of interesting. So it's got some standard aim, but it's also lower on the BPM side. That tends to be a little bit uncomfortable for hard rock players in general. And yeah, it's something unique for being a precision pick. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's good that this song kind of resurfaced as of recent. I guess not only with this map set, but also like in other rhythm games. Like they recently put this and pumped it up. I think 2 or 3 years ago, just out of nowhere.
Really coming back there, actually. It's really cool to see. Of course, it's a very classic map of this, but I've seen a lot more maps actually. There's been a few good unranked ones as well. It's great to see it here, and it's a solid small circle size pick, and the points that Half/Slash mentioned I pretty much agree with on this one.
Also, I just noticed I talked a lot of stupid stuff on Nomad 6. It's actually 1-6. You were right, Doomsday. It just felt like 1-8 to me when playing.
All right. Well, here's the last hard rock pick in a pretty similar style of song a little bit. Here is Tantan Men by Down.
Yeah, this is not a custom map, so all the hobbits are not custom, but this one is a map which we found. Down has this map set. Uploaded in January, I believe, and then we just talked to him and we're like, hey, can we change some stuff because some of the kickstarters are really hard? Yeah, sure. And that's it. It's like the C is 4.5 or like 4.4 in the middle, right? And focus on these Kickstarter snaps you can see here. Like slightly techy, but mostly like aim focus, slider tech or some stuff like that. There's some streams at the end, but generally nothing too surprising here. It's all about these Kickstarters, realistically.
So this is kind of like a tech light sort of deal.
Yeah.
It's an aim pick, I'd say, but it's tech light. It's also a nice precision fit between the hard rock aim and the hard rock precision because it's sitting at CS 4.4. I think that gets you somewhere like 5.7 ish CS, something like that. So pretty good on that. Yeah, I mean, if you were looking for like baby tech in hard rock, this is kind of what you gotta go for. So nice step there.
Yeah, really high tempo with those constant kick sliders as well. If you hit it on time, you shouldn't drop too much ack on these sliders, but yeah, the high tempo definitely sticks out a lot more when you throw these difficult settings on.
And when you look at it, it's only 185 BPM, but it's so fast-paced. Like the rhythm itself should be really interesting. I bet with hard rock too, with the higher approach rate and everything, it should play really naturally. All right, and that is all the hard rock pool all said and done. And now let's get into the double times. There's 4 of them this time. Here's the first one by Johannes. Oh boy, Ifukiyama no Mahotsukai. There you go.
Clean.
Hold on a minute. This is
good enough for me. Yeah, this is one of the vintage maps. It's not a custom map, but it is a unranked map from back in 2016, I believe. It was uploaded first time. A map by Johannes. This is also something we changed a bit. That's why the name is edit version. There's a normal version which has a lot more bursts. This one is the DT1, which is usually aim focused. It also features a lot of pattern aim, so just something you would expect out of an older map, and would put the approach to 8. So it has that little bit of density which you're used to from older maps. It used to be 9, by the way. But yeah, DT1 aim focus with pattern aim, a few bursts here and there. But yeah, generally the consistency test of aim here in double time.
Yeah, the pattern aim is quite fierce. It really reminds me of Frostmourne DT maps. It's got that older flavor with those triangular aim shapes and the constant sort of half spacing notes into one that's like twice as space afterwards. If you get me, just constantly through this, it really sticks out to me.
What a coincidence that you mentioned that. Frostmourne is one of the primary inspirations of this mapper, Johans, along with Delis. So they really love copying that style and going for that vibe. They've been up to that for at least the past 4 or 5 years. So I guess they have not let go, or this was a relic of that time. You mentioned it was from 2016, right? So cool to see this.
Just a really good job of emulating it. It really looks like a Frostmourne map. Or at least just slightly different. Very, very reminiscent.
Well, you can really tell when a mapper loves those older styles because they actually end up feeling kind of like it rather than looking like caricature, right? So, not to point out any particular styles, but this is definitely a nice throwback for those of you who love Frostmourne type maps.
Also, this is one of the maps Old Man Force had to come out of his hiding shell and get a replay on. because we got some changes in there today, and then I just got to replay quickly.
What do you mean? You did that Hard Rock replay.
Oh yeah,
What
true.
are you
That's
talking
awesome. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Look, it's just a speed thing, right? Like if you de-rusted on the Nomad 5, and then now you're really warmed up, so you're ready for some aim on this. So
Oh yeah, I'm also
and
playing the
pattern aim is your thing
tiebreaker.
anyways. So you were probably even playing the 170 BPM, the hidden one thing. So you know.
Yeah, I want to thank all my replay. Don't ignore that 50. It was my first try. I was like, I got 1 million. That's enough. That's good enough for me.
Nice 54s.
Yeah.
Well, these maps used to be comfortable, but these days not so much. So definitely an element of awkwardness on this DT1.
Yeah, I think this is definitely like the type of standard DT map that you would play in like 2015, 2016 or something. But moving on now. It's going to be a map by Seto Kosuke. Grimoire of Blue. Another Grimoire song. We had the Grimoire of Alice. Now it's Grimoire of Blue.
Yeah, so you know we want us to focus on colors here, and you see the blue colors coming right out. This is a custom map, the only custom map in the DT pool. This is the stream focused map. You know, DT2 usually it's a speed one. Since we're adding one more map slot or map in each map slot, we do change things around a little bit. DT2 is gonna be the stream pick from now on, and DT3 is gonna be the speed one. DT4 the film control one. That's kind of the order of things or how they will be. So we got another slot, and this one is the new slot. This is the introduction of stamina on high BPM, 230 BPM. And yeah, as you can see, it is pretty short, but it's really spicy for the length.
DT players rejoice around the world. Finally get to mash buttons for days.
Yeah, can I get a green Grimoire in semifinals or we riot, right? Like, you can't break this record of Grimoires.
The hat trick of Grimoires, alright.
Yeah. This is we're definitely getting some streams here, which I always love to see, right? These are like medium length streams, like what, 16, 17 notes, but that's definitely enough to really see who's building that high speed stamina and who isn't. So not very much aim here, which I also appreciate.
Yeah, it's going to be comfy for the DT players, for sure.
I assume this will be hit sounded before it's uploaded.
Oh yeah.
If not already. Let's move on now to DT3 Run Riot by Silvaris.
And this is gonna be the speed DT pick here. It doesn't focus as much on the triple 5x burst pattern we had in the earlier DT. This one is more towards the triple, and then some of the longer 10 note or something, 259 or 58 type BPM. But yeah, it's one of the few pick maps for the rest of the tournament, in DT pools especially. Yeah, just Silvaris has been a pleasure to work with in terms of changing the map here, and we've got a lot more 1/4 in there, and he's been accommodating really well here.
Yeah, looking like really comfy aim in terms of DT on this, so again, for the DT roster, it's going to be a comfy one to deal with, but those were little 1/4s, little bursts, certainly going to make sure you're on point and warm. But the aim doesn't seem too bad. It's everything in between that's going to make that, well, the difficulty of it exacerbate, I suppose.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a speed requirement, I can definitely see, but not too much of a speed check, right? It's not like your no aim, like, speed check. It's just overall really comfy aim.
Yeah, but like, actually one thing as well that sticks out on this, that OD is quite high, OD 8.3 base. This is going to be a big accuracy test as well.
Yeah, it's because we weren't able to get the speed level into this map as possible. It's close enough to what we would like to have in a map, great. But I think the DT2 in last week was just way too good at what it does, to be honest. Like, it was no aim, just speed, and had the 3 5x bursts in a row. That's something you can't really get until you find a perfect song for it. This one has a lot of 1/4 we got into the map, but not every song can be 100% perfect. It's
I
not a
think
banger,
it
though.
complements the DT1 though, because since the aim is a bit comfier, if players were looking for some of that, as long as they also have the speed, then this is right up their alley. Even if they weren't looking for like the 2015 style DT that the first one was. I mean, just look at that. It's just back and forths, right? Like that's all you got, pretty much.
Couple of streams at the end there that start on a stack and run down. When tensions are high, you don't want to misaim that and lose so much axe score. Little things like that can make, teams that aren't quite too comfortable, shake a little bit.
All right. Get into the last double time pick now. It's going to be, oh god, that's a diff name. All right, Ratgashin
God.
Rat. There it is. The
Yeah.
trend is insane.
It's the rat map.
Yeah, the dead rat here is the fin control pick of the DT pool. It's also a pick map. I think it's ranked. Yeah, it is ranked because I don't remember getting an NAT check on this one, so it has to be ranked. And yeah, it's essentially a fin control map with longer streams. Reminds me of the Grimoire of Alice map from round of 32, just on a tad harder here. Also 10.3 is the approach rate, so that's your 10.3 for this round. This is the reason why DT1 wasn't necessarily 10.3 or DT2 or DT3.
Yeah, we didn't see a 10.3 DT last round, so it's good to see it back. Let's say a lower BPM map, but with these, with the finger control element of this, it's going to exclude the edge case players that can deal with the standard 10.3, but maybe struggle when it comes to more reading intensive stuff. So.
Also, shout out to Konyo, who I got this map from like a year ago or two. Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, this is overall the finger control in this looks really simple until you realize that it is 10.3, right? 10.3, kind of makes any sort of rhythm change all that harder. So we're definitely going to see the true finger control specialists shine on this one, and everyone else is going to get kind of thrown to the side here. You might see a lot of misses here and there in places where you just don't really expect, or even just when a stream pops up. So. Lots to see here. The lower BPM makes this really hard on 10.3 actually.
This is really hard.
Yeah, especially with the OD as well. It's another one with really high OD. Even higher than the last one, 8.5 base, so...
Yeah, we initially actually had this one in semifinals, and then we just kind of talked, and it was like too easy for semifinals, and then we just put in quarterfinals. So I know, like this is one of those things I cannot play this. So I have to base my opinions off of other people. So feel free to give feedback for the difficulty in this one.
I think at a glance so far, this looks like the hardest map in the pool.
Oh yeah, I have to agree. This is woo. And this is like if Nomad 6 was like the love letter, this is like Grovel and Die, right? Like, woo man, you're really putting players through the ringer on this one for us.
Well, the DT rosters have been doing pretty well on the DT maps across the board, although, this week's DT3, kind of reminiscent of this on lower AR, did see some lower accuracies. I think people are going to be quite fine on this. I can see the vast majority of teams remaining being able to field a decent roster for this, but yeah, it does look quite hard as you're watching it. We'll see though, we'll see next week. I'm curious.
Yeah, maybe it's just the 60 FPS, and once you try this one with 144 Hz. I mean, the BPM isn't too high. It's what, 210 or something?
219,
like,
yeah.
219,
yeah. It's like 220-ish.
Not too bad. All right,
Not too
and,
speedy.
now for the OWC staple, it's time for the KTG Stir free mod. And it's SHK of all things.
Yeah, I mean, who would have expected? I mean, KTG he's done a great work last year when he got the finals, or the grand finals free mod. And this one's an earlier stage here. We worked with him. This one is a custom map and a couple breaking. And who knows? Maybe we won't be seeing KTGs in the next following years. Who knows? Maybe that's like a subliminal message to us. But it is what it is for now. A playable map for you guys. And it's the CS5 version 8 map and focuses mostly on these bursts with like the bit of wiggle there. It's CS 4.7, so the wiggles don't get insane on hard rock. just as an information there. So it's not that standard for CS5 version 8 map. It's change the values a little bit to make it more accommodating for both mods.
Hey, I love to see that AR 7.8, right? Now we're getting people just slightly less used to the standard approach rate on these density picks, basically. So, that said, this map looks kind of familiar. I feel like I've seen it. No, this is definitely a KTG map through and through, right? Violet Perfume comes to mind, except this is much higher BPM. And oh man, some of these like
bursts.
some of these like triangle streams that overlap on themselves are just brutal. Oh, you guys are gonna have a fun time on this one. Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a classic KTG stem. A lot of his recent maps have had a similar sort of visual to this, but yeah, those particularly long streams and those zigzags on hidden certainly going to be quite nasty with approach rate below 8. Yeah, so with those zigzags on hard rock, you really got to aim them when that small circle size. I'm not sure how cheesable they'd be, possibly. I don't think you could, or it'd be really risky to do so with the amount there are.
They are not cheesable. These are the types of zigzags that are not like one after the other, but rather like after every 3 notes. And those are definitely going to have, you're going to have to wiggle them. You're going to have to actually just play through them. So hard rock players, you're going to be right at home, but just because you take hidden doesn't mean you're getting off easy either.
Well, except if you're FG Sky.
Hey, anyone else want to?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
Oh.
No. No.
Well,
Hey, anyone else want to talk about this one?
Hey,
Never
look,
give
it's
up,
just the
Azer.
background, Azer. It's just the background.
Look, it's even played with hard work just for you, Azer.
Thank you. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. What about the map?
It's a map, but read out the map name. Come on. We're waiting for you, Azer. I can't talk about the map before you read the map name.
I shall not.
Alright, I guess I'll have to take over here. Taihan Never Give Up is gonna be this one by Very Chill. It's not a custom map, but it is definitely a more changed map here. It's one of the only CS3 maps which by default already fit kind of in the tournament, and then we just worked with Very Chill into making this fit better in the difficulty bracket it is going into. Yeah, it is mostly focused on jumps. It is CS3 base. This is on hard rock. This means it's CS3.9. So this looks more like a normal map with hard rock. It's way bigger on just normal. You see the OD is 9.3. It's slightly higher than the approach rate, and it's very consistently difficult throughout the entire map.
This is beyond cruel
quite
for it.
fierce and kind of awkward at times.
Yeah, this
Not
is
quite
beyond
fully
cruel.
flow.
Beyond cruel. It's just like, how could you do this to Azer?
Look, I didn't sign up Azer for this week's commentary on the Maple Showcase. That wasn't me. That was Azer.
Huh?
I do this every week.
This is a setup. This is a setup if I ever saw one. Alright, anyways, jokes aside, it does seem like your pretty typical CS3 jump map. So that's kind of what's going for. There's not really any real tricks here. I guess some of these 1/4 sliders would be hard to hit if it wasn't CS3. But yeah, it's a jump map. Like, that's it.
I think you can throw comparisons to this and like Hidden 1 in terms of style, except this is at a higher speed. So it's sort of like that map, but on, a bit of a buff, I suppose.
It does look pretty fun to play.
Yeah. Just play this with 100% dim. You might want to rename the map and, just...
Yeah. Here's something else that's fun to play, probably. This is this is a song. Here's
yeah.
No by BBJ. Oh man.
Yeah, it's a toy bot set for the BBJ difficulty. This one focuses on the approach rate 9 flat, so you see a lot of density and just tough aim patterns throughout the entire map. It doesn't really have speed here. It's just all about the single taps. Yeah, that's about it. 4 minutes of suffering for you guys. You're welcome.
Hey, this is pretty cool. I gotta say, like,
At least you will be jamming. That's the one thing, right?
I'm reminded of that Wuru Yukai girl thing that Garvin had. I think it was featured in a previous WC. When I see this map, right? So it's a similar BPM, similar sort of style. You know, it's just like you got these sliders that are just like relatively slow, but have some SB to them. And then it's like you've just got pattern aim scattered throughout at this higher BPM. So pretty cool.
I can see this being pretty reasonable for the hard rock players, with it still being CS4 base. Yeah, as you mentioned, the pattern aim can definitely throw people off, especially on the no mod and the hidden. I think the experienced hard rock players will be looking at this fairly confidently, I think. Although it is quite long for what it is. Like 4 minutes long.
Yeah, while we're at this, we can actually talk about the average length of each pool. For this pool, the average length of a map is 2 minutes 50 seconds. For last week, it was 2:44. The week before, it was 2:36, and qualified days was 2:44. This one is, on average, 6 seconds longer. And this map is probably the main reason for it, to be honest. This map usually would be more like a 2 or 3 minute map, but it's one of the only ranked maps and maps you can select. We just had to go for it, to be honest. Like, it just means I save a lot of work. Also, it's a cool map and a song, so it kind of fits the whole play at least.
Yeah, it is. I think it slots in nicely with the way the other 3 mods are in terms of style. Sort of like a slower, sort of alternate style map, I suppose you can call it. Although at 226, it's not really that much. I can still see a lot of people alternating this due to the style. Yeah.
Yeah, when I look at this aim style, I think alternate, right? But when I look at the BPM, I think single tap, right? It really could go either way, but I do see a lot of people single tapping this for sure.
Got to watch
Definitely
those
helps
longer
you.
sets of taps, I suppose.
Yeah, it helps you with some of these variable aim patterns too. Not many people are skilled with handling variable spacing while alternating, so single tapping does seem a lot more reasonable sometimes.
Quite a few breakpoints in this, so even though it is very long, it's not 4 minutes of like constant intensity. And those breakpoints can be useful for gaining a bit of score if you nail some of the harder parts. So I think this will be a good one for the spectator as things progress, I think, with that going on.
Yeah, what I love about this one is that I really haven't seen anything here that looks free, right? Like, normally songs have a lot of downtime, and although there are lower points in this song, there's nothing that screams to me free combo, which I really appreciate.
Oh, that's a
Ranked map.
mystery.
Ranked map. Cool.
Yeah, it makes a nice change. You know, exchange pace. Cool map though. Big fan of that actually.
Yeah, look pretty good. It's tiebreaker time now. We've all heard this song a million times. By seeing. That's all I
I
have.
can't believe you've done this. You just got revenge for Fremont 2. Like, oh man.
I'm a fan of that. That's a good one. Wow.
Absolutely.
I appreciate a good granddad joke. It's good.
Yep. And this is why you're an awesome boomer. Alright, thank you, AJ. So yeah, this map's 200 BPM. Mostly, forget the BPM changes there. It starts off with these streams here. If you don't try this one, you should probably not get as many 100s as I did here. You get right into an aim section, and then after the aim section, you slowly get used to the map, thankfully. This map has a mix of just aim and streams here. There's a one like death stream section at 3/4 of the map, where it's essentially a skill check. If you can't stream 200 BPM for that long, you're out of luck. This has very comfy aim, but sometimes has very sharp angles, which you definitely need to pay attention to, especially when it goes into a jump into a stream. And for example, these angles here also, just spacing variance is decently high here too, but it's a mix of very comfortable aim and sometimes more uncomfortable aim. Yeah, that's about it. Throughout the entire map, it features just jumps and then a lot of streams.
So I asked you this when you introduced the pool a little bit to me earlier, but this map has been around for a while, right? I've personally played this like 5 or 6 months ago. How's it, or was it changed in any way? Or?
Yeah, so this difficulty is called 1 million nerfs. There's the original difficulty, which is 1 million PP, I think. And what we did essentially is the first opening got nerfed a lot because the original difficulty had 3 spikes. It was the death stream part, which was like 7.3 stars. Then it had the beginning jumps in the stream, which actually had a lot of stream jumps in it and really awkward like angle changes, which just force you to aim this almost like a tech map. And then the ending was just a lot more jumpy too, so you had 3 points to miss on. So we nerfed all those 3 points on various ways. So like this death stream part is way lower spacing, so it's just about the stamina. And then we nerfed the jumps and the cut streams in the beginning, and it's got the Ki times, which were actually, you know, the extra Ki time was actually one of the most, one of the easiest parts of the entire map, because it just were just a lot of sliders. So we just increased spacing there, so there's a lot of miss potential there. And that's about it. So we nerfed all the spikes and we buffed all the easy parts.
So definitely looking pretty consistent in intensity. So I think you've achieved that pretty well, at least so far. Looking pretty even, not much downtime at all.
Yeah, it definitely looks pretty balanced in terms of difficulty, I'd have to say. Something I noticed here about some of the sliders, though, is that when you see them pop up, they are not your friend. A lot of these cleverly disguised linear jump patterns, pretty much, they're just aligned that way, so it's very easy to trip up on those. I would pay some attention. They are not recovery points. You've also got like lots of points where you just kind of make sharp motions out of sliders. So you can easily miss some tails, potentially even slider breaking. Like there is some room for things to go wrong here, basically.
Oh, that's a long stream.
That's a long stream, yeah. There's
I'm
another
not playing
one.
this.
That's another one.
There's some big streams. There's quite a few. The Winter's Kick sliders as well. That's a section.
Yeah, I think I pulled a muscle or two when playing this map.
Yeah, those sliders are evil. Like, it's just like, they look so innocent because they're nice parallel lines, and then they're just not. They're linear jumps. Have fun.
Yeah, well,
I think for the most part, this does look more sort of Route 1 flowy aim than this week's tiebreaker was. A little bit more, not by too much. It has its moments, but I think it looks a bit more comfortable in terms of mechanics, but obviously much more spaced and overall more intense.
Yeah, this is a pretty good one. I don't normally see Sing map in this sort of style, but it seems to suit him pretty well. So he's normally known for mapping some of those like tech songs. Like I think he mapped one of these Function Phantom songs that wasn't. I forgot what it was called actually.
This is the ending, just more hard jumps, and then right after this ending there's gonna be a few more jumps which are tough, which I missed on because I'm really good at the game, and yeah, that's about it. Yep, that's...
Force.
Hey, come on! Don't give him. Come on! Don't be too hard on him. He's a speed player now. Remember?
Yeah, actually, I performed well on the speed map on DT1 and Nomad 5. Jesus Christ.
This is an excuse. Come back and forth to the easiest pattern in the game, obviously, and come on.
All right, well, that wraps up the quarterfinals pool. Any closing thoughts?
Well, a lot of good tunes actually. I'm liking the look of it. Obviously, once I get a chance to play it, I'll know more. But on the face of it, quite liking it actually. Lots of cool gimmicks being abused here now. The map pool's bigger, which I really like. Good to see it.
Anything from you, Halfie?
I just appreciate this being a nice step up from the previous pools. It seems to fit nicely. Like in some places, it seems to fit almost too perfectly. Like going from 220 to 25, 230 on the Nomad 5s. Doing like intensity scales to like to implement some of the feedback from the previous rounds for the No Mod 3. We had some surprises with the VTubers, like double Kotone, like that was unexpected, but you know what? There's some surprises here. I think it should be a nice step up. We've got some close matches, and I can't wait to see it.
Yes, I'm glad to see high AR return. It was kind of weird to not see one last week. I know a lot of teams aren't too bothered about high AR anymore at this level, but having one in it now this week, it's good to see it back because it's a nice addition, and you do miss it when it's not there.
I mean, initially we always try to go for quarterfinals and onwards. There's always going to be at least one approach at 10.3. On round of 32, there was a 10.2, I believe. That was just the way it kind of ended up being. There was a fitting DT1, which wasn't needed as a custom map, so we went for it. Round of 16, we didn't really need one. But out of we don't really force approach at 10.3 in the first two pools. But when qualifying starts, you can expect at least one 10.3 until the end of the tournament, maybe even two.
Okay, then fair dues. Yeah, I see what you mean there. Also, that AR 7.8, big thank for whoever put that one together. Hopefully we see it at least once. I have a feeling that one's going to see maybe not so much play, just because of those zigzags and nasty on whatever mod you put on. But I'm hoping to see it. I think that's going to be a cool one to watch teams tackle.
I can say you'll see it in at least one game.
At least one. I beg.
I'll
If
take
you don't
those
see it at all,
odds.
I'll be sad.
All right, well, thank you everyone for joining us today. It was a good round of 16, and yeah, the map pool showcase was pretty good. Great job again this week. And on behalf of the entire OSU tournament staff team, thanks for watching, and come back next week for some nice action